thanks for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us all to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusite Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us he wasn't about being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did it come about?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? I said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I've looked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow.
Yeah.
You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw one agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I know access it? So I said, okay, I will construct a staircase
To that building?
to that building.
From outside?
You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. So that it became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA.
That would leave you with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. He said, 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money between. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit, bit by bit, to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, so they did the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you."
Wow. And he accepted your advice.
Accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it."
Yeah.
So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today.
Wow.
Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished.
So it's like starting from square zero.
Yes.
I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free pro bono service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them of pain, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the woman was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was, a lot of reactions here and there. That was cool.
Talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my Reverend Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I want to show it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain. They just go, on the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or with the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that are sustaining you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was rooted in a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened.
That was COVID-19.
So COVID-19 spanned into 2020.
Yeah.
And like I said, I had no money. Money finished when I bought the office table. There was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down.
Yeah. There was a lockdown.
There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonious. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. And it was really money for it. Even like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. But the joy of doing it,
That fulfillment was
that fulfillment, that people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, going low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed. Until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this small sitter in my office. So I do therapy on them, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. When they come back, they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming.
Okay.
We started doing therapy on stroke patients. Manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. Then, yes. So, I don't know. Right from time, when they don't want to work, I don't know. She now left. So, I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary, I'll attend to you now. You will still see the director, he's around. They say, okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director, you go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient again, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent Hospital. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered me? I think that I can still consult you. I'll consult the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes. When you go to the secretary, I have not seen one yet. One is not yet, another one is coming. And that was how I was doing on the other section. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Because I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, the next morning I wear it. I need you to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking. Very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you go to the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation there, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants, one trousers and 2 shirts that can wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dry iron it, the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I washed those things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister. So I just stayed in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So Amber came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking. They shouted, "Who is there?" They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. When I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they broke in and broke in and broke in. They didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Nobody came to my rescue there. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened in Yama, in the GRA.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's the wrap on Icons, a program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
All right, a very good morning to you, and many thanks for joining us again on the program this morning on ITV. Of course, the last time you watched this program was yesterday, and today we're on by the grace of God. So tomorrow is going to be on even till on Friday, when we have the Pidgin English of the version this morning from Nigeria. My name is Evan Sunukogi. I'm not always alone on this program. I have my co-anchors in Benin and also in Abuja and Lagos. Winston Omasho is right here in Benin. Winston, a very good morning to you.
An exciting Wednesday morning. Ladies, we're beginning to approach the August break.
Yeah.
Lesser rains, more sunshine. Well, it's okay. I love the sun. Truly, I do. People in Lagos will be so happy right now. August break, please approach, come fast, because of the perennial flooding in Lagos, and you get to realize that when it's time for break, they're going to heave a sigh of relief.
Okay. All right, so Patricia is also there in Lagos. Patricia, very good morning to you. Patricia.
Good morning to you, Advance. Good to see you this beautiful morning. Good morning.
All right, Bessie.
Trust you guys are doing good. All right, Wilson made mention of the August break. I mean, I'm a bit excited, very, very excited. You know, I mean, the flood is something else in Lagos, not just in Lagos, all the state board, it's destroying lives, properties, the rain and all of that. So we honestly cannot wait for August break, even though I like the cold weather, but at the same time, you know, flood destroying lives and properties is a lot. You know, a few weeks back when I talked about, you know, these same issues, I made mention of we Nigerians, are we, you know, doing what we're supposed to do? Are we doing the right thing? Do we, you know, litter the drainages and all of that? You know, before the government do something, I mean, the government will do these things for us. We also have a role to play. And at the same time, I'm excited about the August break, and we honestly cannot wait for it to come. So we'll have a little break, you know, from the raining season and all of that.
And we said, I really don't understand this your August break thing.
maybe when you recite, there's no flow, there's nothing. I just saw the footage of a boat trying to go into a police station in Lagos State. I also saw the footage of, you know, floods submerging people's houses, scattering properties. We get to hear news of 1 or 2 persons losing their lives. You get to realize that, come on, August break, my dear Evans, will just be a breath of fresh air for so many persons. If you come here in Edo State, there's some road, the governor is doing his best, but sometimes the rains can be overwhelming, overbearing. That's what I said. I have to reconstitute, or let's say reenact the what's it called again, stormwater project, because of the rain. So the August break will give us time to really reevaluate, to know how to tackle the menace of flood.
Anyway, for me, it's too early to say whether your dose has already broken or not. I think we have to exercise patience, because, I mean, there are things you can really... when the weather changes, of course, you know. Sure. I mean, not just because the rain has stopped for only 2 days, then you think it's August break. I mean, August break, you see the sun, you feel the sun, the heat of the sun, and you just almost think that
we are talking July here. That rains almost every day. Right now, for the past 2 days, no rain. What is the signal?
So you can even see that this is July, and you are calling it August break.
August break is approaching.
Anyway, from our business center today, we're going to be looking at the 69th, you know, ordinary session of the Economic and ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, the one that was held recently in Sierra Leone. And kudos to the Senegalese president now, that's Bassirou Faye. He's about the youngest African president, about 46 years old.
Yeah, to be the chairman of ECOWAS.
You know, who becomes the chairman of ECOWAS. So we're going to be looking at the task ahead of him, you know, how he tends to you know, bring about regional integration, most especially in the face of terrorism, in the face of security issues that seems to be, you know, bedeviling the ECOWAS state. So also the 4 nations that left, you know.
Yeah, that is a key point. The 4 nations that left, him being chairman, will be able to bring back this nation into the fold. It's not about security, it's not a one-man thing, it's not a one-country thing. They have to synergize, they have to bring everyone on board to really make sure that they're able to conquer insecurity, bedeviling the West African region in Africa, because, come on, it's a thing that's really bothering everyone. Whether you are being ruled by the military or being ruled by the civilian, it affects you, it affects everyone. So they just look for ways to bury the hatchet, to shift the sword, so they can really fight insecurity. There's been definite development of West African states.
Okay, that's what we're going to be doing here in Benin this morning. Messi, what do you have in Lagos?
All right, basically from Lagos, we're looking at the 2027 election. Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso in a sister station, the vice presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, made mention a few days ago in a sister station that the presidential candidate, Peter Obi, signed a one-term agreement, after 4 years, that he's not coming back, and a lot of this has actually, a lot of persons have been, reacting to this particular statement that the presidential vice president, made, that the president had signed. He made mention of it earlier one time when Peter Obi said, I trust them, I'm not coming back. But now he has signed it in paper that, okay, after, if you elect me, vote me in as the president for 2027 forthcoming election, I will do just one term and, hand over power to the other person, another person. How true is this? I mean, the fact that he's not just saying it, he has written it down on paper, will it work? And we're going to be having this political analysts and also obedience movements, this obedience movement that, there are some set of persons, anywhere Obi goes, we go. That is the kind of person, that's the person we're having today to help us talk more on this particular topic. So basically from Lagos, that is what we're looking at today.
When Cholulokbe comes on board from Abuja, he's going to be looking at the reshufflement of ministers in the country. That's the presidential cabinet, the presidency's cabinet, talking about ministers, reshuffling them. I think it's for better and for optimum,
do you think it's going to affect David Umahi? Don't forget the scandal. Is it going to affect how Minister for Works? It's just a question I'm asking. There's a question.
So those are some of the things you're going to be watching today on the program this morning on ITV. So we'll take a short pause now, and we'll bring the corporate trainer into the program, Inuagata Nusakai. Please stay tuned. Inuagata Nusakai is still my amiable name, and I'm always very elated to come your way every Wednesday to come and add value to your day. Now, the series I've been handling for a while now has been on different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. And today we are going to be looking at the application of the authoritative leadership style and the coaching leadership style for effective policing. And as we go forward in this topic on this series, I'm going to be teaching from a case scenario perspective on how we can apply these different leadership style for effective policing, so that we can have a better police and members of the public interface, and at the end of the day create a better society for ourselves. Remember, the authoritative leadership, it is focused on giving direction. The authoritative leadership is not authoritarian. It is focused on giving direction, especially in a situation where there is confusion. It gives vision, it gives goals, and then the leader that is setting the direction, the leader that is giving the vision, gives room for other team members to contribute to ensuring that that vision is brought into reality. So authoritative leadership focuses on vision and direction. It says, the leader sets the destination and then allow the team members, the room to chart the course. Then the coaching leadership style, remember I said we are looking at applying the authoritative leadership style and the coaching leadership style for effective policing, and we are going to be looking at a case scenario in that regard. The coaching leadership style is focused on capacity building. It is focused on, building and developing people for the future to ensure that the goals, the objective, the vision that have been set are accomplished and sustained. That is the focus of the coaching leadership style. It focuses on developing people for the future, and the leader, that is applying the coaching leadership style takes time to mentor, guide, and also build people's capacity. So, like I said, we are going to be looking at the case scenario that bring into light the application of the authoritative and coaching leadership style for effective policing, applying the authoritative and coaching leadership styles in effective policing. This is a very critical case scenario. So let me go into the case scenario and let's see the leadership lessons that we can glean from this. And it goes thus: applying the authoritative and coaching leadership styles in effective policing. When the divisional police officer, DPO, assumed command 2 years ago, he met an officer corps struggling with low morale, poor public trust, and a lack of operational direction. Officers routinely reported to patrol duty without a clear strategy, leading to reactive and inefficient policing across the jurisdiction. Recognizing the need for immediate realignment, that is the DPO, recognizing the need for immediate realignment, the DPO first deployed the authoritative leadership style. Remember, the authoritative leadership style is about setting direction, it's about giving vision, it's about charting the course. Recognizing the need for immediate realignment, the DPO first deployed the authoritative leadership style. He convened a general assembly to outline a compelling vision. That is what the authoritative leadership style is all about. It's a visionary leadership style. He convened a general assembly to outline a compelling vision. Now, what is the vision? Transforming the division into a proactive, community-respected precinct within 18 months. He clearly defined the core destination, and that core destination is reducing neighborhood crime rates by 30% through structured, intelligence-led visit patrols, while granting officers the autonomy to determine the most effective patrol routes based on real-time community feedback. Yes, that is what the authoritative leadership is all about. You have set the vision, you have charted the course, you have set the goals, then you allow team members, just like the DPO in this particular case scenario we are looking at this morning, gave room for other officers, to also contribute based on their on-the-spot operational activity in the community to the accomplishment of their goals. This clear vision gave the entire team a renewed sense of purpose and a unified target. That is what the authoritative leadership does. Now, it is now movement, transition into the coaching leadership style. After establishing the vision, the goals, setting the objective, allowing team members, other officers to contribute, then transition into the coaching leadership style. Remember, the coaching leadership style is about building capacity and developing people for the future. Now, once the strategic direction was established, the DPO shifted toward a coaching leadership style to build sustainable long-term capacity. Observing that junior officers lacked critical skills in evidence gathering and community engagement, he instituted weekly one-on-one mentoring sessions. Rather than penalizing mistakes made during routine operations, the DPO used debriefs as teaching moments, asking targeted questions to help officers analyze their own decisions, identify weaknesses, and draft personalized professional development plans. That is the coaching leadership style being brought into the conversation. Having established the vision, now we need to build the capacity of the officer to see that the vision is not only achieved, then it is also sustained. Very important. Over his 2-year tenure, 5 junior officers earned operational commendations, and overall crime detection rates rose significantly. By blending a clear vision with dedicated individual mentorship, which is combining both the authoritative leadership and the coaching leadership style together. By blending a clear vision with dedicated individual mentorship, the DPO successfully rebuilt both the capacity of his officers and the confidence of the public. Then what are the leadership lessons we can glean from this case scenario, where a divisional police officer, the DPO of a particular division, was able to engage the authoritative leadership style, which is about setting vision, setting direction, and allowing team members to contribute to that vision that has been set. And also, he also engaged the coaching leadership style, which is about mentoring, guiding, which is about building capacity, ensuring that people's competency level is well built, to be able to take responsibility and help in achieving and sustaining the goals that have been set set through the authoritative leadership style. What are the lessons we can glean from here? There are two key lessons here. One, sustainable leadership combines direction with development. That is very critical. Sustainable leadership combines direction with development. So it is all about direction, and to see that that direction is achieved and sustained, we need to also develop people. Sustainable leadership combines direction with development. While the authoritative leadership style provides a clear vision and aligns officers toward common goals, the coaching leadership style builds their competence, confidence, and readiness to assume greater responsibilities. Very, very important. Sustainable leadership combines direction with development. The second leadership lesson, as I begin to conclude this morning, effective leaders know when to evolve their leadership approach. After establishing focus and stability through authoritative leadership, leaders should invest in coaching and mentoring their team members to strengthen performance, encourage continuous learning, and develop future leaders. This is leadership, in full demonstration. It's all about ensuring that vision is set, and at the same time also build the capacity of your people to see that that vision that has been set is achieved, it is sustained, and then you also build people who have the confidence and the competence level to be able to handle future responsibilities as time progresses. I strongly believe that profound value have been added to your day-to-day. I know you have questions, you have inquiries you want to make. My email is inuaghata@gmail.com. It's right there on the screen. inuaghata@gmail.com. Send your questions, send your inquiries, and like I always do, provide answers to you, and then we build a better world for ourselves. When I return next week Wednesday, I'm going to look at another leadership style, in area of effective policing, so that we can have a better Nigeria for ourselves and also a better world. I'll be seeing you next week Wednesday, and when I return, I will still be the amiable. Inuaghata no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Beautiful morning on ITV. I am Bina Unkwa. And this morning we will be reviewing the papers. And the first papers we'll be talking about this morning is the Nation newspaper. The big headline on the Nation newspaper says, NSC in November, letter to ministry, PFIPC illegal. You get that on the Nation newspaper. And the writer says, House panel invites Ribadu, Bianca Ojukwu, Oyedele, and others. You get others as this morning. Another headline that says, CBN, stable interest rates to consolidate gains. Interest rate retained. Together on page 3 on the papers of this morning. $500 million World Bank backed agri scheme take off. Together on page 2 on the Nation papers this morning. Okay, that is all we've got on the papers this morning. Another headline there says UK PM to discuss Tinubu's reform. You also get that on the papers. First ladies, 2 billion naira appeal to revive Akwete textile production. You get that also on page 25 on the papers this morning. The big headline on the pictures there says, NSA in November, letter to ministry, PFIPC illegal. Do want to grab a copy and go through them. Next, we'll be looking at the Daily Sun newspaper. The big headline on the Daily Sun newspaper says, PFIPC, CBN fingers AG and bank accounts opening. You get that on page 26 on the paper. And the writer says, Foreign Ministry confirms rejecting Adeyemi's request for collaboration. Another writer says, Reps panel summons Ribadu. You get that on page 26 on the Daily Sun papers. Xenophobia, Reps probe losses by Nigerians in South Africa. You get that on page 26 also on the paper. Raise to recapitalization. 33 insurance may miss July 31st deadline. You get that also on the papers on page 22. And a writer says, fear, fake news can crash banks, federal government warns. You get that on page 2, also on the papers. 2027, appeal court affirms INEC's power to issue guidelines for election. You get that on page 4 on the Daily Sun paper. NIHSA issues urgent flood advisory, direct evacuation in 17 states. You get that on page 6 on the paper. CBN retains interest rate at 26.5% amid inflation concerns. You get that also on the papers on page 25. Naira need competition, not protection, says Kaduso. You get that also on the papers this morning. Another headline there says Atiku's lobbyists submit records on alleged Tinubu's U.S. forfeiture case to Trump Congress. You get that also on the papers. And the writer says, furious with federal government over 8.5 billion naira appropriation for mosques and churches. You also get that on paper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them on the Daily Sun paper. And the next newspaper we'll be looking at is the First Daily newspaper. The First Daily newspaper, where the big headline there says, military force Yobe attack rescues kidnapped victims in Zamfara and Katsina states. And the writer says, terror fighter killed, arms recovered. Another one says, new army battalion approved for Kwara. You get that on the papers. ICPC, Bajabiamila was invited, not arrested. You also get that on the paper. Another headline there says, xenophobia, reps to document Nigerians' losses, seek compensations. You get that also on the papers this morning. Another writer says, please arrest 7, recovers 285 vandalized NNPC pipelines in Adamawa State. You get that on the papers this morning. NSCDC uncovers suspected fakes university rescue 106 youth in Lagos. NSCDC uncovers suspected fake university rescue 106 youth in Lagos. That is also on the First Daily papers. Another one there says ECOWAS reaffirms 2027 launch of ECO single currency. You get that also on the papers. Reps demand audits of recovered assets since 1999. You also get that on the First Daily papers. Another headline there says World Health Organization warns high blood pressure can damage organs silently. That is on health. Warns high blood pressure can damage organs silently. You need to take your health very serious. Another headline that says CBN retains interest rate at 26.5%. This is all we've got on the First Daily papers. Another on the First Daily papers, let's take a look at the Daily Trust papers, where the big headline on the Daily Trust paper says NNPCL 7.1 trillion naira energy security spending faces scrutiny. Get out on the Daily Trust. Another headline that says RAPS panel summons NSA over Phantom Council. Get that also on the papers. Adamawa, Borno, Kaduna, 14 others to experience flood from July 21st to July 27th. You also get that on the papers. You get that on page 6 on the Daily Trust papers. Why CBN retains interest rates at 26.5%. It is also on the papers. Flood sweeps away 2 brothers in Katsina State. That is really a sad one. You get that also on the paper on this morning. Insecurity. Tinubu approves a new battalion for Kwara. You get that on the papers. Fire razed 70 shops in Lagos market. Another headline there says, month to election, opposition parties still battling crisis in Katsina. You also get that on the papers. Do well to grab a copy and go through the Daily Trust newspaper. Let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune papers, where the big headline there says PFIPC scandal, ON SGF disowned during 2025 inquiry. Foreign Affairs Ministry. You get that on page 9. A writer says, reps to meet Ministers of Justice, Accountants General today. You get that on page 9 on the Nigerian Tribune papers. Okay, outcry over expensive graduation fees. You get that on page 13. Another one says Nigerians got some power markets to hit $30.5 million in 2026, $37 million by 2035. Reports. You get that on page 6 on the papers. Edo, Kaduna, Niger, 14 others at risk, at flood risk before July 27. Federal government warns. Okay, tension heightens in Anambra as suspected gunmen killed 4 parents of same parents. You get that on page 27 on the papers. Africa now were epicenter with 309 million hungry people. World food security. Get that on page 22 on the papers this morning. To do well to grab a copy and go through them. Let's quickly take a look at the New Telegraph newspaper. The big headline on the New Telegraph paper says, Federal government warns Bauchi, Edo, Imo, Kaduna, Plateau, Benue, 11 others of imminent flooding. You get that on page 2. And another headline says, community policing won't work without stakeholders' engagement. IGP. You also get that on the papers this morning. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. And on health, easy access to antibiotics putting Nigerians at risk, experts warn. You get that on page 30. It's all we'll be able to take on the papers review this morning. We're still on CMI. Do well to stay with us as we hand over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us.
Thank you so much. Right here on your television, on your screen, on the live, and actually the we're going to be looking at the side section of the economic stage. So the one House Committee, that was between 12th and 14th of July. Then the 56th ordinary session of the Mediation and Security Council at the ministerial level. That was between 15th and 14th, between 15th and 17th of July. Then the last one, the big one now, was the 69th ordinary session, the one that was held on the 19th, and whereby it brought together prime ministers, heads of states of member states together, you know, talking about various issues to see how they can move the bloc forward. In other words, how they can move member states forward. Now, issues that borders on terrorism, governance related to democratic and the need to have a constitutional rule of law for member states were also discussed. Then also the issue of single currency also came on board. I mean, the need for member states to have a single currency. That has been an age-long issue, you know, in the ECOWAS. Then the biggest challenge now is the issue that has to do with, you know, the reintegration among a member state, most especially as it relates to 4 nations that left the bloc some time ago. Anyway, to look at all this with us this morning, we have a foremost public affairs analyst, and if you like, a politician. Chris Ojekere is our guest on the program today. Mr. Chris, welcome to the program.
Thank you for bringing me here.
Yeah, and also Wilson Omasha is also here on the program. Wilson? Yeah, you want to say something?
Sure. 69th, you know, session, ordinary session, they call it, but I believe that the decisions taken there is going to, like, affect this particular region for a very, very long time. That would have been a thought of Africans. That would have been a thought of West Africa. But the question now is, does it really have an implication? Anyway, Chris is going to be throwing more light on it.
Yeah, now, Crystal Jekere, we also once upon a time had our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the chairman of the bloc. Then he handed over to the Sierra Leonean president, that's Mada Biu. Mada Biu now, in turn, is now handing over to the Senegalese president, Bassirou Faye. The issues have been there, and they keep on coming in, coming out, and all that. Now, what would you have to say about this seeming inability of maybe African leaders to really handle their issues, as it were?
All right, first let's thank God for crowning Bassirou Faye as the new leader of ECOWAS. There are two things for which we're excited. First, he's probably the youngest African leader that we have, and then I stand to be corrected. I think the youngest leader to be leading ECOWAS since its inception in the new age that we are in, the age of democracy. So I want to congratulate him for his achievement. I'm also excited on account of, I see the question you asked, we have to deal with it multifariously and just the way that they come to us. I'm also excited that Faye has been, from all accounts, at the forefront of engaging and keeping discussion in the fourth burner with those four nations that you referred to, especially the AES nations. Right from when they had issues with ECOWAS and then decided and signaled their interest to quit ECOWAS, he had kept up discussion with them. So we are hoping that now that he's president, he's going to use his influence and position to further that discussion and further engage them, because we need those guys back in the ECOWAS. We need them back because the whole idea of ECOWAS is to form an West African integration, an economic front and social fronts. In economic front, you have economic development, and then you have economic integration. We have not been able, although we have achieved a couple of things among the nations. For instance, we have free movement among the nations. We have a common passport. We can do trade freely among the nations. All of that serve the purpose of just interaction and social mobility, and what we refer to as economic mobility, but not such as I think should be the spirit of ECOWAS. And so that's why I say we need those nations back. Those nations' exits have raised very critical questions about ECOWAS's relevance and ECOWAS's mission and ECOWAS's objective as it should be. Now, I say this without contradiction. There is no evidence that the regional bloc without those people have made it worse for those people and their citizens. Whereas there are a plethora of evidence that those nations are doing very well, especially Burkina Faso. And part of the objective of ECOWAS is to protect democracy, which itself, foregrounds the argument that democracy is the best form of government, and that when you're under a democratic regime, the nation prospers more. Because one of the purposes of ECOWAS is to ensure citizens' well-being, the improvement of citizens' well-being and citizens' standard of living. But as of today, if you look at statistics and information we are getting from those nations, Burkina Faso seems to be the leading nation in Africa today in terms of addressing those objectives for which ECOWAS is formed. Now, and one of the reasons those AES countries departed ECOWAS is that they are seeing that the West African nations, let's keep it within West Africa, West African nations have not freed themselves from neo-colonialism. Because one of the reasons Niger broke off from France is to deal with the exploitation of France against their economy. That's one of the reasons Niger left. And when Niger left, ECOWAS took the hard hand tactics and brought all sorts of sanctions against Niger. But Niger stood their ground. And in fact, that was why Niger had to marry the other two countries, Mali and Burkina Faso, that had left. And then today the AES nations are developing policies. They are in control of their resources. They have broken away from colonialism, neo-colonialism, exploitation of economic resources. And they are beginning to manufacture, they are beginning to produce. Because the economic integration of ECOWAS would mean nothing if the economy is not geared towards a productive economy, if it's not geared towards technological development. What do you mean by economic integration? It is not just for us to sit down around the table and continue to discuss issues of economy. The whole idea, after so many years, 1975 up until now, is that we begin to show what the economic integration, measurable deliverables in terms of advancement in technology made in West Africa, in terms of infrastructural development made in West Africa, manufacturing industry made in West Africa, as a result of economic integration. Because economic integration, supposes that we are pulling together resources from all of these nations, both human and material resources, to begin to engender development across the nations. Now, what is the standard of living of countries that belong to ECOWAS? For instance, these 4 nations were lost under our own president when he was chairman because of failure in diplomacy. The issues they had weren't issues with ECOWAS, it was issues with foreign countries that were still dominating their economy and exploiting them. I thought ECOWAS was going to take that up as an issue. In fact, that's the greatest problem we have. I thought they would take it up as an issue and then stand together as Africa and develop an West African identity against neo-colonialism, against exploitation. They didn't do that. Rather, they turned on their own brothers and sisters who dared to speak up against neo-colonialism. So when you look at all of this, you begin to wonder, what's the whole purpose of ECOWAS? I mean, apart from just that, what I call social mobility and economic discussions, what's the whole purpose? I think the purpose always of having or belonging to any group or any bloc is that it engenders, and that is why you find Donald Trump is pulling out from many so-called international groups and blocs and organizations. Because you have to sit down as a nation and ask yourself, what exactly is the whole purpose? Why are we spending? Nigeria is probably the biggest, highest donor to the ECOWAS community and to the ECOWAS ports. Yeah. What has Nigeria really gained, apart from building one big house in Asokoro in Abuja? What has Nigeria really gained by belonging to ECOWAS? If you're talking about the ECOMOG that we formed, Nigeria went there in ECOMOG. We saved the honor of Africa. We intervened in wars in Sierra Leone and so on, but we lost so many soldiers. We lost our best and brightest young officers in that ECOMOG. In fact, I remember then the president that was being accused of sending our young officers to go and die in Sierra Leone and Liberia. So, I mean, that's another subject. But the point is that when we intervened in those wars and in those countries today, there are no wars. That's achievement.
All right. Now, you've spoken at length, but I really want to ask you 2 questions. One, from what you said, and of course, that question is going to come a bit after the first question. You say, thank God for, Faye. You mentioned his age. One, is it about age? Now, that is on one hand. The second question now is this. If you take a look at ECOWAS, because you spoke about the 4 nations that pulled out, are you now saying that the military rule should be encouraged in a body that stood and is still standing for democracy?
Very good. It's not about age, but part of the agitation among African nations is that we have Eurocentric leadership. We have people who are 80, 90 and all of that ruling in Africa. So it's a breath of fresh air to have a young boy, not just as president, but sitting at the head of a West African body. Now, he's raised a very fundamental question that I've been thinking about since I knew we were going to discuss this topic. Is democracy really serving its purpose? All over the world, but especially in Africa. Now, democracy is supposed to be a government that promotes and then defends freedom of the individual to express their rights and themselves. Now, America is the leading nation in democratic, governance. But take your eyes away from all the ideas in white paper. America is still doing well economically, technologically. But go into the social life of America and see what democracy has done there. Democracy is destroying values. Democracy has given so much liberty. We have inordinate freedom, uncontrolled, unbridled rights, pursuit, and freedom that led to many terrible things that are destroying human values. the LGBT, for instance. It is because of that excessive freedom. You couldn't curtail individuals' misuse of freedom, and so they begin to develop all sorts of ideas and intentions, and insist. If you I mean, you are on the foreign desk, you know about the American social life, and so LGBT is a problem today. Look at Ila Omar from Somalia, what she's doing to the American society. She is a clear criminal. There are cases that are proofs, but the system, the freedom built into the American system, cannot just make Donald Trump take a decision. And so they are moving from one to another. The woman is probably sponsoring terrorism, at least she's certainly sponsoring anti-Americanism and so on and so forth. So we are beginning to take a second look at democracy. Let's begin to review democracy. Now come back to Burkina Faso and compare it with Nigeria. Look at what Bola Tinubu is doing with our democracy. We have a democracy here on paper, but Bola Tinubu is running a unitary government. We're talking about West Africa. Nigeria is one of it. Yeah. And I dare say that he's running fascism. And he's covering it with democratic constitution.
Why would you say that? What proof do you have?
Well, our law courts today can no longer take decisions based on the rule of law.
But it says based on the evidence.
Yes, it's based on the evidence.
Yes.
In fact, they are no longer taking decisions based on the evidence before them.
Why would you say that? Because is that you're contradicting yourself. Rule of law, evidence, which are you standing for?
The rule of law is evidence. Evidence is rule of law. The rule of law says that you take decision based on evidence before the court. That's the rule of law. And if a judge cannot take decision based on evidence standing before the court, then it's no longer obeying the rule of law.
Don't forget one point. Beyond every reasonable doubt.
Yes. Yes, I mean, once you have evidence, evidence enough is beyond every reasonable doubt.
All right.
So now let's go further. What is he doing to our democratic institutions? The president of the country of Nigeria today does not want any other political party to stand. He doesn't want opposition.
Well,
all of these are taking on that democracy.
Yeah, but when we started looking at this issue,
yes,
we started looking at. I've asked the first question.
Yes.
What is it with our leaders, African leaders, that we've had a singular issue over the years? I mean, with ECOWAS and all that. Now, I made mention of the two chairmen that we've had, of which our president is one of them. There seems to be something in African leaders, so let us not try to itemize it, as if it's just only one person. I mean, Bola Ahmed Tinubu that we're talking about here. But let's, let me bring your mind back to what you said. You seem to have some level of confidence on Bissau Faye. That's the new chairman of ECOWAS now. He's young, and of course. You said before the four nations, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali left the bloc, that Faye had some very robust discussion with them. Then you also said that gives you the mindset, the confidence that he may be able to return them back to the bloc. But let's look at Burkina Faso, which seems to be a model, when we try to look at what governance should be in Africa and all that. Now, for Burkina Faso, a lot of people actually think that Burkina Faso may have left neo-colonialism. But the recent fellowship with China and was Russia. I mean, is it not a case of maybe you are trying to spite, one nation at the expense of that nation?
Well, this is it. No country is an island, just as no man is an island. I mean, you cannot deal alone. You have to. That's why we talk about bilateral relationships, international community, and so on and so forth. So it is not a problem to deal with other nations, but at what terms? It's the terms that matter. If you are coming to work in Nigeria, if you are coming to trade in Nigeria, if you are coming to invest in Nigeria, what are the terms, what are the contractual terms? What is it for my nation and what is it for your nation? What terms? Here, you open the books and you are told that contracts have been signed into the generation of your fourth generation. And you were not even aware. It was not transparently discussed in the National Assembly. It was not, the terms were not put before Nigerians. And then by the time you look into the contractual terms, you don't even know what Nigeria is getting. So we keep paying debts and we keep, wasting our resources. But there, he's taking charge of the economy. He's taking charge of governance. And so he deals with you now on terms. That is what it's all about.
So you think the recent fellowship of Burkina Faso with China and Russia, that is going to be beneficial?
It's already beneficial to him. I mean, if he's having dealings with China,
two nations,
yes, it's beneficial to him.
We are looking at two nations, China, that may not give you anything for free. I mean,
no nation gives you anything for free.
Yeah.
That's why I use the word terms. It is whether you are able to breathe. I mean, stronger nations are stronger nations. You can't take that away from stronger nations. You are more dependent on them. But you don't have to be slavish to them. And so you reach terms. You keep your honor. Remember, Burkina Faso means the land of honor. You keep your honor. And you say, look, this is what we are going to do. This is what I'm getting from it. I mean, if he's having a relationship with China and with Russia, and he's been able to fend off all the coup attempts by, the global north against him, if he's with them and he's beginning to manufacture in his country, and he's beginning to provide employment for his people, and he's beginning to generate and develop electricity, and is bringing policies on secularism and so on and so forth as he's achieving, then it means that he's running a good relationship with those countries. He's benefiting.
All right.
But we are having a relationship with the World Bank, we are having a relationship with France, we are having a relationship with this, we are having a relationship with this. What are the benefits from those things?
Okay.
Yes.
Chris, from where you're talking right now, I know you're so passionate about the growth and development of Nigeria, even the ECOWAS. But now, still talking about bringing these four nations back into the fold. Remember, before they were given the exit permission to leave, they were given multiple avenues to reconsider democracy. And the decision was not based on the chairman, which was President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They came together and they decided on it. It wasn't the decision of one man. They all sat, they deliberated, they discussed before the decision was taken finally. If you said that Faye should bring these countries back, are they going to come back under the military rule or under democracy rule?
Okay, now this is the point. The point is that what works for Burkina Faso? See, I say we are beginning to reconsider and review these stereotypes before now. You see, after every millennium, generations begin to rethink what works for Burkina Faso. They left January 2025, January 19, 2025. Did you see the reaction from the citizens? The citizens are happy with that form of government, and it's bringing development to them. I'm not for military, what they call it, coup or whatever.
Yeah.
But if they have found themselves in the military regime and it's working for them, ECOWAS should tolerate them and accept them, because that is not even part of the objective. We said to promote democracy.
Then the advocates of democracy, other countries want to dive into military rule.
Yes, well, if it's going to work for those countries. Because you see, we have to start to be practical. I believe in benevolent dictatorship.
Benevolent dictatorship?
Yes, I believe very much in benevolent dictatorship. And while I don't advocate military rule in Nigeria, if those countries that have found themselves under the military are showing example of governance and the people are happy, then ECOWAS should begin to rethink their rules and say, so long as there are no accounts of human rights abuses in those countries. And that is the primary thing democracy seeks to protect. I mean, they are getting better education, and manufacturing and industry is running better. So as far as I'm concerned, there are no credentials in so-called democratic nations where you practice democratic governance that surpasses that of Burkina Faso today in Africa. So what is the argument for so-called democracy? The democracy must be renamed.
Mohamed Traore, that we were talking about here, that's the head of the military junta in Burkina Faso. A lot of us, Ibrahim Traore now, a lot of persons are also not, liking the fact that he came into governance and he promised that in less than 360 days, he was going to return the nation back to democracy. Democracy. I mean, we're talking about, about the third year running now, and the country is still in the hands of the military.
It's forgivable because he was young and inexperienced. You see, this is the point. The point is that the advanced nations of the world, especially the global north, do not want any African country to develop. They don't want any African country to be self-sufficient and independent. And so, much of the problem we are having in our leadership when they want to do well come from outside. They are influenced from outside. And so by the time he sat down on the stool, this reality first thing. You must take into account how many attempts sponsored from the outside that he has exposed. Especially the lady who came as an NGO person, and he exposed to the world, just to let the world know what is passing through, and what African governments are passing through. So he realized that until he builds a strong foundation, and then ensuring the culture of good governance and good administration in the people, so that the people themselves later can rebel against any form of misgovernance, he has to sit there.
So you're not even being vested as the president, even
until the culture of patriotism, good governance becomes a culture in Burkina Faso.
Then how long do you think this will take?
Well, as long as the people would take it, because I mean, he has a precedent.
Yes.
He had a president, Thomas Sankara, who first started this revolution, who saw all of this and came out. Thomas Sankara was killed by Campore.
Yes.
Blaise Campore. His closest ally. And he has also had a similar thing. So which means that people have not got the culture. But right now, in the past few months or so, you will notice that there will be less and less of attempts to remove him from there, because the culture is beginning to sink in.
Anyway, away from that,
it takes time.
Away from that now, Chris Ojekere. Now, there's no doubt that this summit, became very important to Sierra Leone. I mean, since 1980, when they had AU summit there, this summit happens to be one of the biggest summits ever had in the country, and also it also somehow tells the world about the stability in Sierra Leone. I mean, hence they had to host the summit. Now, away from that now we are looking at the responsibilities that the new chairman has, Bisaro Faye. We've talked about the need for him to bring about the reintegration back to, among the member states of the bloc. But let's look at another thing we need to talk about. Now, why the world, let me say Western nations now, this is 2026. We have just about 4 years to 2030. Why most Western nations may have attained the Sustainable Millennium Development Goals of 2030, Africa is still talking about 2050. I mean, even at this summit, it was even brought to the fore that we have a vision, African Vision 2050. So this young guy, that is the new chairman now, has the responsibility of making sure that between now and 2050, that Africa would have also attained these developmental goals, just like the Western world. So what are the indices? How do we begin? How do you think this new chairman can begin? We have about 2026 away from 2050 now. That's about 24 years. 24 years. 24 years more. So how do you see this young man being able to set the goals, set the model right before then?
You see, there's something I'm trying to, if you watch the trajectory of my arguments here, I'm refusing to stay with stereotypes. There's no reason to stay with who? Stereotypes. Okay, stereotypes. There's no reason why ECOWAS cannot rewrite these rules. You deal with exigencies as they come. How can you begin to talk of any vision if security is ravaging insecurity is ravaging West Africa? Yeah. And we are talking of economic integration and economic trade and so on and so forth. The exigency we have right now in West Africa is the scourge of terrorism and banditry. It's happening in all of the countries, and it's worse in some countries. So there's no reason why they cannot rewrite their rules. Governments should be pragmatic. Look, that is what I love about Donald Trump. He came and he's executing his vision. Not even the vision of the Republicans or the vision of the Democrats who have taken the world back to LGBT. He knows what is progress, what is good for his people, and what is good for the world. And then he's executing that vision. There's a clear vision there. So West Africa does not have to stay with all those things they wrote in 1975.
Is that not personalistic? Is Donald Trump not being personalistic?
I just told you that I believe in benevolent dictatorship. You see, leadership.
Personalistic dictatorship?
No, benevolent dictatorship. Yeah. Leadership is actually a projection of the individual leader. It's just supported by policies, programs, and activities. It's actually a projection. If you are a weak leader surrounded by all the laws and all the programs, you remain there. That's what we are suffering in Nigeria. We have the best brains, we have the most blessed human resources, but we are poor. Because we haven't had leadership projecting the individual vision. So if I were to advance Faye, I said, look at, bring out all those 1975 books and write them. Have a West African, you know what the West African Frontier Force did during the colonial period? The West African Frontier Force, WAFF, if you read it in history. Have a West African force. You have an ECOMOG just to intervene in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Why don't you have a West African force that will deal squarely, country to country, with terrorism and banditry? So that first of all, you achieve peace in the region before you begin to talk of integration. So 2050, you see, we are used in Africa, and it's what they do in their home countries that they are bringing there to ECOWAS. In coming up with vision this, vision in Nigeria is replete with vision 2020, vision 2023, vision this. And then you keep sticking to development. Did you develop those goals? Those goals were developed by the World Bank and the IMF. Did you develop the millennium sustainable goals? So why not develop a West African goals that you will set out to achieve, that by next year, about this time, terrorism and banditry should have ceased in Africa? And then set up policies for actual African manufacturing and industrialization. Why not set up policies that will connect the entire West Africa with rail and so that for your movement of goods and services? Go and read Awolowo's books. He was thinking for Africa. We don't have that kind of visionary leadership. And so we stay with those things because it is easier to pretend there and you begin to allow bureaucracy to hold you down. Then in 2050, you come up with another vision, maybe 30,000 that time. There's no pragmatism there as far as I'm concerned.
That's dwelling on security. Would it be possible for Faye to seek a find, since they are not part of us, we can work with them to secure this particular region against terrorists, against insurgents? Because he's working with Burkina Faso right now. Can he stress a particular branch to them to come, to come help this particular region to vanquish terrorism?
To China and Russia? Who?
To Burkina, those 4 nations that are not part of ECOWAS.
If I can extend this.
Yeah, so please come. Because right now, since it's like they're just on their own. Putting their own territory, putting the 4 nations, and they are saying that they don't want anything to do with this particular union of Wolase region.
There have to be trust. You have to show cause. You have to show that you are serious. Those people are serious. They mean business. And perhaps their military training has helped them to be focused, disciplined. We need a lot of discipline. So if your own nations, with all your resources, is suffering the kind of, scourge of insecurity that we're suffering here, and your president is paying lip service, they are watching. And that president, the most influential in ECOWAS, is telling them to come, to bring their nation back to neocolonialism. They have got themselves certain independence economically and so on and so forth. So that's why I say Faye, who has been in touch with them, he has shown friendship. They can trust him more. Now, if it depends on what you present and how you present it. If you bring them as part of solution, they become in. The possibility is there. But other nations must show cause. Is that not what Trump told the British nations and the European nations? I said, look, we are just spending on defense for you, and you are just hiding under us. Increase your defense spending. If not, everybody goes his way. So we have to have that kind of cause by other nations. Because, we need all of us together to be able to fight these common issues that we're having in West Africa.
All right, now let's turn our attention to other issues that seems to have been ravaging the bloc. We're talking about the member states of ECOWAS now. Now, we have issues that border on food insecurity. Then, of course, we also have the one that borders on irregular migration. Then also another one that has to do with climate change. Now, Africa as a continent seems to be a continent that's just suffering the sin that he did not commit. I mean, the Western nations, you know, there are developmental strides and all that, you know, it affects our climate here and we suffer and all that. Now, for Faye, how do you see him now, you know, being able to come in, you know, in this, you know, with this problem, food insecurity, climate issues, then irregular migration within member states?
What is leading to food insecurity? We don't have enough supplies because of, you know, the ravaging of our farms, livestock in the forest, and so on and so forth. We don't have enough supply. Once you have enough supply, and then nations are able to feed well, you have food security. It's as simple as that. So that is why I started with the exigency we have right now. It's a general question of insecurity that is leading to the destruction of lives, property, and agriculture and our economy.
Terrorism.
And the terrorism. So, I mean, I can understand that some of the nations within the ECOWAS states are not as productive, or they don't have enough fertile, productive environment like Nigeria. But I tell you that Nigeria is large enough to feed almost the 12 African, there are 12 remaining now, 12 ECOWAS nations. So when you add Ghana and you add Sierra Leone, Liberia, and so on and so forth, there will be food surplus everywhere. And since part of the objective is regional integration and socialization and free movement of goods and services, Nigeria that is able to produce much will be gaining from it. We'll be exporting different kinds of food to other African nations that are suffering from drought and famine, West African nations rather, that are suffering from drought and famine, and so on and so forth. Once you have enough supply in economies, then you have, what do you call it, surplus. You have surplus. So we don't have that. Nigeria, with all this arable land, 3 states in this country, Benue, Edo, and any of the northern states, can feed the entire Nigeria. We have such arable land. We have such productive land to feed the whole of Nigeria. But Nigerians are hungry more from food shortage in our markets. Because, I mean, look at the kind of maize that are coming out now. They're not more than my finger.
Just too small.
By the time I came to this Benin, I mean, the maize I used to see, because those maize that you are seeing are planted in the backyards of people. They cannot go 1 kilometer into the bush where you have the land fertile.
All right.
So that is the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this man is like new, Faye, quite young. Retinues of problem, plethora of them facing this young mind. If you're to be in this position, what would be the first thing he should do?
I will call out the African nations. I will sit down and develop my own template.
Your own template?
Yes, and present it before the head of states. And then I will call them out to be focused and serious, and then commit to it by advancing the resources for it.
Now, Chris Ojeke,
Yes.
the issue of a single currency within the bloc has been, it's more or less like a mirage. I mean, it's been an old, long problem. Now, what do you think is wrong? I mean, the inability for member states to have a single currency.
I mean, that would have been wonderful. But we always have this problem, like we have it in the EU, where nations are looking at their currency. But I like the conditions that was put in it for assessing the single currency. If they do succeed next year to launch it as they had planned to do, that at least a nation that can assess it must start first of all by having just single-digit inflation. I mean, what's Nigeria's inflation rate?
It's double down.
Are you following me? And Nigeria is the most influential nation in ECOWAS. What cooperation do you think ECOWAS is going to get from Nigeria? If
but right now, Nigeria is not in charge.
It is strictly one. Yeah, you see, you may not be the chairman.
Yes. But Nigeria is the economic hub of
ECOWAS.
Yeah.
So that what cooperation do you think they will have? if they insist that Nigeria will not access the ECO by the time it's formed. So these are the things that slow down. These are the issues that they have. They are not committed to the objective that they put on.
Now, would you also want to quickly, because of time now, the dollarization of the bloc?
That's it. So that first of all, you don't, because you are dollarizing the bloc because your currency is not competing in the international market. And it will never compete in the international market, except you have goods and services of value to export and sell in the international market. Except you build your own machineries, and you build your industry, and you build your technology. So, and that is why the IMF and they go cap in hand borrowing from IMF, and you think you can form a regional bloc to compete against the dollar? That is the IMF's currency? You won't.
All right, so Chris Ojekere, because of time, we want to say a very big thank you for finding time to come on the program today, and also doing some justice to our topic, talking about the tax before the new chairman of ECOWAS. Now, our own president, talking about this summit now, he said that our security is a prosperity to us, and we must remain resilient to ensure that we remain indivisible and form a common front so that we can actually handle this monster. That's
those are very good speech writers. But
I need to get to the Chris, come on. Let the pragmatic. Thank you one more time. All right, so we'll take a short pause now, and when we return, we'll join to Lokbe in Abuja. Please stay tuned. All right, so good to have you there. Still on the program this morning on ITV. So you're welcome to our second discussion segment this morning on the program. So we're taking it from Benin, and our guest is in Abuja. So we're going to be taking the cabinet's reshufflement, talking about the president's cabinet reshufflement. That's Tinubu's cabinet reshufflement, and we understand that a lot of ministers are going to be changed from one ministry to another. And our guest on the program this morning is Edward Ninchelem Ofom, who is an ADP chief chain. And we also have Mr. Edward. You're welcome to the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So, like what we said, the presidential cabinet, reshufflement is, eliciting reactions and counter reactions. So, in the next couple of minutes, we're going to be looking at all that, then also see some matters arising as far as that, issue is concerned. Now, what do you think is responsible for this kind of a move, this kind of reshufflement with the presidency right now?
Thank you very much. Basically, I speak for the ADP presidential candidates, which is Aliu BK 2027 ticket, the people's choice.
We are not looking at all, speaking for presidential ticket now. We're looking at cabinet reshufflement. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah,
we're not happy with just I can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
We're speaking from a point of view that the youth need to be carried along.
Okay.
And once you're reshuffling, you are seeing that the youth are not being carried along. We need more of youth participation in this governance. Because if you see what is happening in the nation today, the youth that we claim are the leaders of tomorrow are already in trouble. All of them are all in various issues now. We don't even have a way out. So when you look at what is happening and you are reshuffling from one person to another, you have not given chance to the youth to participate. We are looking at a reshufflement that will take about 90% youth inclusiveness. You understand? Yeah. Because the system we are looking at now, we are looking at a system where the old need to allow the youth to grow. It is not about saying the leaders of tomorrow. We are out of almost getting older than them now. Because if you look at what is happening, you only reshuffle one person to the other place, another person to the other. How does the economy grow? The economy cannot grow in that fashion. We are all, the youth now, when you look at it, the youth are not even thinking of going to school anymore. The youth are not thinking of legitimate ways of making money. The youth are not even thinking of being part of governance, because we have allowed them to become docile, and they don't even know their left from their right. So if youths are allowed to participate in governance, you will see that these problems of a country that does not have a direction would become a thing of the past, because the 65% of the population of the youth of the nation is youth. And if 65% is left behind, then you are reshuffling and reshuffling. What have you done? Nothing.
All right, Edward, if you can hear me, is it about the youth, or what is important or beneficial to the country?
What are you talking about? If you want to talk about the benefits of this country, we are talking about 65% to 75% people that have been neglected. So how do you benefit without those group of persons being incorporated in governance? So when you want a country to benefit, you must first of all look at the nitty-gritty. And what is the nitty-gritty? It is the youths. We are no longer leaders of tomorrow. We are leaders of today, and we are being allowed to continue to roast and continue to roast forever. And the old horses are still there. You reshuffle them from one place to another. How does a nation grow in that manner? And it only takes a youth to understand that 65% of persons need to be carried out of poverty. So what is better for the nation is for the inclusiveness to work. Once it works, you see a better nation.
All right.
That is our thing.
Yeah, we are looking at a situation that has to do with capacity and, of course, ability to deliver, in responsibilities and all that. Now, this is not the first time that we're having a government, involved in cabinet reshufflement. I mean, it comes, oftentimes, once we have a government in place, at times the government needs to rejig the system. Even at state levels, we have state governors reshuffling their cabinets and all that. Now, let us really get what is the basis of your argument. Is your argument based on the fact that the youths are not fully represented in this government, or the fact that the ministers now that may be asked to leave or may be taken to other ministries that is almost a case of round pegs in square holes?
Is that you have said it before, that the reshufflement, and we are still in this same position. Now, what is the right thing to do? It is to bring the pegs. Go on around this country at less than 30 years old. And we know that at this point now, most of our genes and genesis are less than 40. So are you saying that we don't have youth that can manage issues as ministers? Go abroad, you will see the age brackets is too much. And we are all getting to that age bracket of you must be 70, you must be 80 before you become something. It is not right. So once you bring the youth into governance, you will see that the government will be rejigged on its own, not carrying old horses and you just carry this person, you put in the other hole, you put in this hole. The same result is what you get. That is what you get. We need youth participation, at least 90%, to make the government work. That is what we need. It's not just carrying...
Edward, can you hear me?
I hear you.
If you take a look at the various ministries we have in Nigeria today, from your own opinion, which minister do you think should be...
This morning at CMI, this beautiful morning on CMI, I am Marcelina Unkwa. And of course, we have a lot to talk about today. And I have my guest here with me, that would help us talk about this topic. We'll be doing this topic today together. My guest, Mr. Dapo Adaramewa, will be helping us will help us talk more on today's topic. Mr. Dapo Adaramewa, he is a governance consultant, spokesperson, and also Obedience Movement. Will help us talk more. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Thank you so much for joining me on the program this morning.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, today we're going to be looking at 2027 in focus. Kwankwaso confirms Peter Obi signed a one-term agreement. I mean, he came out to say that he mentioned in the sister station that, Peter Obi signed a one-term agreement. Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the vice presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has revealed that the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, signed a written agreement committing to serve only one full term if elected president in 2027. He made this disclosure during an interview in a sister station. He said the agreement is not verbal but formally documented. According to him, the agreement is based on the principle of rotational presidency, with the presidency returning to the North after Obi's 4 years tenure, that is 2027 to 2031. He also said he trusts Obi to honor the agreement and has no reason to believe he would not honor the agreement. And he also said Peter Obi has also previously argued that the 4 years would be enough to begin implementation, his reform agenda and all of that. Will it really be enough for him? I mean, not just writing it on paper and all of that. After the 4 years, will he want to, hand over power to the next person, or still want to contest for a second term? That is a question a lot of Nigerians are asking. And why is this politically significant? It is one of the clearest indications yet of how the NDC plans to manage regional power sharing ahead of 2027 general election. This disclosure is expected to generate debate over whether such political agreements threaten national unity or limit voters' democracy. Mr. Dapo, let's talk. Why would the presidential candidates publicly, commit to serving only one time? I mean, he said it earlier one time that, if he's been voted as a president of Nigeria, that he's going to serve for just one term, which is 4 years. And after then, power will be taken to the North. I mean, why would he? I mean, the vice president, the presidential vice president Rabiu Kwankwaso just made the statement that Peter Obi has signed, an agreement that just 4 years. Once it's 4 years, I'm done.
4 years is enough to make an impact in Nigeria. And then also, in the spirit of fairness and equity, it's very important that we do, for now, have that rotationary presidency, because we need to face the reality that Nigeria doesn't have as much of a shared identity as we would like it to do. And so in a situation where we require a delicate balance, it's very important that we have that rotation, keeping that balance, at least for now, until we're able to develop a shared identity to the point that it is more important to us than our, shall we say, tribal or ethnic identities, right? Most people are usually first, I am a Yoruba man before I'm a Nigerian, and that's the way most people perceive it. That shouldn't be the way it is. You should be a Nigerian first and foremost, but unfortunately that is the reality, right? We're only a few generations away from when they amalgamated the whole country together. So at this delicate point in our history, it's perfectly okay for us to rotate the presidency, because we cannot say that there's any region in this country that does not have people capable of ruling the country. Right? We have extensive, intelligent, articulate, and well-meaning Nigerians from across the country who can lead this country.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about this agreement. Do you think it's going to improve the opposition chances in 2027?
Definitely. It sends a message that we are, looking, that at least the NDC is looking to ensure there's fairness and equity. One would question why the ADC is choosing the candidate that it has, because that does not fit in. But then again, I don't think, Atiku has ever respected the north-south balancing of power. So it's nothing new, right? But it definitely does send a message, and it's particular voters from the northern part of the country feel that, okay, this is fair, let him finish 4 years that belongs to the south, and then, you know, power will rotate again.
You think he's going to, you know, there are a lot of speculations on that this particular comment. I mean, when the Rabia Kwankwaso made the statement, a lot of people saying, oh, how are we even sure? I mean, at first, like I said earlier, Peter Obi just came out to say that, okay, I will do 4 years. You know, after 4 years, we'll hand over power to the north and all of that. And now that it's Rabia Kwankwaso has, you know, made it clear that it's already written down, and some persons are still saying that, how are we even sure? Can he do everything he thinks he can do? Like you made mention earlier that 4 years is enough. What makes you think 4 years is enough?
4 years is more than enough. I mean, look at what has happened in 4 years, right? The purchasing power of Nigerians has been cut by almost 100%. People, one naira now cannot do what it used to do in 4 years, right? So you can see that 4 years is enough to make drastic changes to the country, right? So it's more than enough to make positive, drastic changes as well.
It's more than enough to make positive.
Definitely.
Okay. Where the, you know, the, are you trying to say, maybe because I don't want to curse your obedience movement, you know, you're part of the people that that loves Peter Obi, wherever he goes, we follow. I don't want to use that, right? But at the same time, don't you think the president, I mean, stand a chance for 2027 election?
Nobody's saying he doesn't stand a chance. I think it's the basis upon which that chance is built, right? If it's upon fairness and, you know, ensuring that there's a free and fair vote, I don't think the Nigerian people are very pleased with the way he has led the country, not in any region. I don't think the mass of people are in support of this government, right? So the chance that he does stand, I would say, would come from any nefarious activities that can happen.
If you're talking like this, the primaries election, I mean, we saw the votes the APC pulled out. We saw that they got almost 11 million votes. So who are those persons that came out to vote for him? Even though we as Nigerians, we are seeing what is happening, I mean, the situation of the country in terms of food, in terms of food scarcity, in terms of insecurity and all of that. And a lot of persons still came out to vote for this particular people. But you just made sure that Nigerians, I mean, with what has been happening, you know, if I asked you if the president started a chance, and you said, I mean, if Nigerians would want to be fair enough with what has been happening, they would not come out to vote. But looking at the primaries election, we saw what happened. And the president pulled out almost 11 million votes. Where did these people come out from?
Well, for me, I don't know what you saw, but I know what I saw, right? So
what did you see?
What I saw was adults who can no longer count. You know, it seems like when you join the ruling party, not only are all your crimes forgiven, but also you lose your ability to count 1 to 100. Because what we saw at those primaries was people going 1, 2, 50, 500, 200, 2,000. And that's how they arrived at the figure of 11 million. I mean, this is not an opinion. This is based on the evidence that we have. We know the voting units where those kind of things happened, and results from those areas were still, you know, put into the tally for their primaries. So we all know what's happening. We can all see what is happening, and we know that, you know, for the presidency to get more primaries votes out in the last election of almost 40%. Is laughable and ridiculous considering everything that's happened in the country. So it's a culture of impunity, it's a culture of recklessness, and it's a danger to democracy, right? We are still dealing with, I remember I stumbled on a German documentary that was looking into the case of the fake agency. And my thoughts were, I wonder how the international community looks at us. Right, when you have an entire presidency who is alleging that one individual managed to con every agency of government, host events, invite ambassadors, shake hands with the EFCC chairman, all of these kind of things, it begs the question of what exactly are you doing? You have an intelligence community. Is there any intelligence left in it if somebody can definitely con the whole presidency like that? So it's an embarrassment, and you know, it rests on Nigerians to do their job, and save their country.
So Nigerians, they're not doing their job as a red country.
They can do
Better.
more. They can do more. We can all do more.
We can all do more, not just the government, including
not just the government. You
the
see,
citizens.
The truth is that there gets to a point in life, in politics, where you have to admit that what you are experiencing is the product of your own behavior. What I mean is that if somebody comes to my house and slaps me on the first day, slaps me on the second day, slaps me on the third day, and I decide I'm going to do nothing but keep opening the door to him, then I am a fool, right? So we have been conned and lied to by these politicians. We have been, ripped off. We have had our collective wealth stolen from us for generations. And somehow we have convinced ourselves that our best bet is not to try. That's why almost 70% of registered PVCs didn't leave the house to vote. And that's an embarrassment. And at some point, we as the Nigerian people was wake up and realize that, you know what? The reason why it's so bad is because we are not using the opportunity that we have. We still have that opportunity. But I believe firmly that the Nigerians suffered enough, that has been happening. I've hit the limit. And so hopefully in the next election, people can come out and engage and do their civic duty, which is to vote, stand there, defend their vote, and ensure that the election, respects their opinion.
I would agree with you what you just said. I feel at this point, a lot of persons needs to come out to vote, and not just coming out to vote your conscience as that.
Yes.
But at the same time, don't you think people during we see what happens, the violence and all of that, fighting, violence and all of that. Don't you think people are scared? Don't you think people are scared to come out? Now you're saying a lot of persons have their PVCs but would not want to go out to vote. Don't you think people are scared of their lives? Because of the old violent stuff and all of that. Some persons might not want.
I understand that. I definitely do. And if it wasn't already a life and death situation, then maybe we have a choice to not come out. Because one way or another, the Nigerian people are still paying with their life, right? Some people pay when they get to a hospital that is poorly equipped. Some people pay when they have what is a survivable accident and there's no emergency services to help them. Some people pay because they're so poorly educated they find themselves in crime and are later killed. Some people pay because they are kidnapped and slaughtered just for doing their job. So eventually, we do pay a very heavy price, right? So there's nothing to be afraid of, particularly when we move as a mass. A country of almost 200 million people cannot be held ransom by a group of 100,000 or even 1 million. The mass just doesn't make any sense. The people need to understand that they can fight back. Please remind Nigerians that we fought against an empire. As a people, our forefathers, not many generations ago, fought a colonial empire that was trying even more drastic things like this. They were killing people at riots, at protests, and all of those kind of things. But we pushed against an entire empire, the biggest the world had ever seen, and we won our independence. So what is it that we cannot fight against a couple of old men with agbada?
So you think Nigerians, they've done more compared to what's happening now?
Definitely. Our forefathers have fought greater odds, and they have done it with grace. They fought it, even in the face of the fact that they might not win, they fought. And guess what? They won. And that's why we are not somebody's property. My last name is Adaramo and not Smith, because my forefathers decided to fight. If they had not fought, my last name would be Smith, and I would be somebody's property. And that's the same for every Nigerian. So we owe it to the next generation in the spirit of national determination to continue to fight to ensure that our country is safe. I was looking at something the other day, and they were going around looking at the topography of Nigeria, and we have such beautiful places in this country. We have mangroves, we have deserts that people around the world should be coming to explore. We should be traveling. I don't need to buy to go to Egypt. Nobody needs to travel anywhere. We have all the every possibly think of. There are places in this country where it hails, where it snows.
True.
We should an oasis, a dream destination. Our past people should be. Not that when they see us, they will already be telling us, is this your visa real? Which embassy gave it to you? So it's a shame that some people have hijacked this country, this beautiful country that we have, and have put us on this path, but we still have a chance. Countries are doing it. Countries are fighting. They're pushing back and removing despots. They're removing, bad leadership, changing their country. And we owe it to our children and our children's children to do everything to ensure that this country continues to serve every one of us.
So what you're saying now, in essence, is Nigerians should come out to vote no matter the situation. I mean, come out, vote.
Come out, vote, simply because the alternative is to continue the decline. We've not had any respite in terms of the fact that most of our leaders in this country have failed the people. And it's getting worse. And so the people need to understand that, you cannot have your leaders telling you that, oh, this is a tough time, bear with us, but yet they are driving the latest Escalades, they are driving the latest BMs, they have such for the people, and yet we, the people, are there, saying, oh, okay, nothing will change. What are you talking about? We have now reached the point where they are handing over to their children. It's the first time in our history that has happened, right? They're handing over the reins of power directly to their children. So that means you were a slave to the father, and now you are destined to be a slave to the son. That's a wasteful thing.
Okay, what you just said, I saw a trending video on the internet where the president's son, went to watch the World Cup, and some persons were saying, on the comment section, social media and all of that, some persons were saying, oh, your mother, which is the president's wife, Senator Remi Tinubu, came out to say, oh, most of these actors like Ashake and the rest, Davido, they should come out and support the people, the money that they worked hard for. And your son is out there, enjoying this morning and, going to watch the World Cup with his children and all of that. I'm just saying, because of what you said, that most of those politicians driving big cars and all of that, it's Nigeria. That's for you. That's Nigeria for you.
Yeah, that's Nigeria, and it speaks to one thing that I firmly believe, which is that many of the ruling class have gotten to the point where they feel they no longer need to pretend. They don't feel the need to pretend that there's any chance for the common man. On one hand, you have a presidency that is advising young Nigerians to get into the kuli business, to get into the agbado business, and all of those kind of things. But yet they don't wish that on their own children. In fact, we don't see their children selling kuli. Many of them, they don't really even have any identifiable jobs, but yet they have all this wealth. So why would you want your children to be living in comfort while you tell another person's child that his destiny and ambition in life in 2026, when AI is ruling the world, that his ambition should be kuli and granite? So you have a ruling class who thinks that you can divert, the attention of the public by telling them that they are celebrities, that they are people who, they are entertainers, should be the ones saving them. But yet you sit on the throne of power. You want Davido to come and save me? Is Davido making the rules in this country? Is Ashake the one making the rules in this country, determining the tax rate for a common man? So what is my business with Ashake? I couldn't care less. If Ashake wants to set his money on fire in a pile, I don't care. That's Ashake's money. What I do care about is what you are doing with the budget. What I do care about is the fact that you allocated major construction projects without any due diligence, without observing the law, without having any form of fairness and equity or equality, and you are handing these contracts to your friends who are sub-delivering, who are failing us already. That's what I care about. I couldn't care what Davido does with his money.
So let's talk about the trust between the northern and the south blocks. Could this arrangement help build it?
definitely. I think there is need for, again, consistent nation building. Now, what I mean by nation building is a strategic and deliberate attempt to build a shared identity that we can all look up to, that we can all identify with, you know. Then when we get to that place, that's when we start to forget about this north, south, you know, any these things really, I noticed, only exist in places of poverty. What I mean by that is, I've had the privilege of, you know, studying at some top universities. And when I'm there and I meet a Nigerian from the north, I'm so excited to see another Nigerian. I couldn't care less. And we get along, we're like best, right? And you see that among the more affluent side of society, the middle class, they don't really bother about all this. Everybody gets along because they know that, see, at the end of the day, right, so long as we can eat, so long as there's provision, so long as there's, you know, opportunity for growth and for us to provide for our children, it doesn't really matter where, you know, whether, there's that saying that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, so long as it eats mice. Mm-hmm. But when you really see that divide, is for people who are struggling, for people who are struggling, who are suffering. The easiest thing for those who want to manipulate them to do is to just tell them that the reason why you are suffering the way you are suffering is not because, you know, we the leaders are failing you, it's because of those southerners there. And then you start planting those seeds and it leads to distrust among that sector of community. And it's very effective for those who run this country to keep it that way, because that way, you know, the young man in Kano who hasn't had the opportunity to do anything with his degree doesn't recognize that the biggest threat to him is not some Christian down. The biggest threat to him is his leader, is his governor, is the presidency that has refused to create the structures that will give him a chance in life.
So let's talk about Peter Obi. Him saying it's coming for one term, 4 years. Yeah. You know, now there's not going to be a re-election pressure. Don't you think this one-term presidency encourage better performance because there is not going to be re-election pressure? I mean, it's not thinking about the next term. What do you think?
Well, there's also the continuity, shall we say, strategic planning factor, right? In terms of, you know, when a person only has 4 years, there are certain projects that you can, shall we say, you can't see through to the end because of the short term, right? I think in order for us to keep the country balanced, it's important that we have this north-south rotation. But outside of that, I think the 2-term is a good idea. I think it delivers. You know, one could argue that maybe we can go, I think there's a proposal for a single term of 6 years and all of those kind of things. Now, those are ideas that are worth evaluating. But for now, I think 4 years is enough, you know, so that the Nigerian people can take a breather, reevaluate. Do we align with this person? Do we align with that? And if they do, they give him their vote again. You see, you don't have to worry about re-election if you are delivering for the people, right? So structure of democracy itself, I think it's suitable. But in the case of Peter, there is that agreement that he would only serve 1 term. And I think beyond that, Nigerians need to understand that when we bring in, you know, a party that delivers, right, it's continuity within that party. Okay. The same way there was continuity in the ruling party between Muhammadu Buhari and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the same way there will be continuity. But hopefully the continuity in this case, positive continuity, because if Obi can deliver in 4, and whoever takes over from him under the same party will deliver even more the next year, right? But on the other hand, you know, failure to an extent, we had seen hell, and then the last 4 years they've taken us to another level.
Talking about performance, you just mentioned about performance. If you perform well, you don't need to be bothered or about the next coming election and all of that. The president, with all the happening, we saw that he had 30 governance in the AP. And I don't know, some presidents were like over 30 governors, the APC. Why are you still, I don't want to use the word scared. I'm trying to phantom the word about the opposition parties. If you have over 30 governors, you just made mention that if you perform, the people would want to, you don't need to be scared or bothered about the forthcoming election. I mean, Nigerians, they got you're delivering, you're doing what you're supposed to do as the president. It's trying, we would want him to come back again for the second time. Having over 30 governors and you are still worried or about the forthcoming 2027 election, what would you have to say about that?
Well, I would say that the presidency right now is the most effective at winning over the elite, the ruling class. Never in our democracy had somebody so effective at virtually, not, virtually creating almost a one-party state. I think recently I appointed one of the former governors who was in the PDP right now to another council or something like that, right? So in terms of unifying the elites, he's done a phenomenal job. But let us understand that governance is not about the elites. Governance is about the people and your impact on the people, right? And so this presidency, I believe, recognizes that when you take the price of fuel and triple it, when you take the value of the naira and almost halve it, when you take the cost of basic goods like tomatoes and almost triple it, and rice and double it, the people can never be happy. The people don't live on promises. The people cannot eat your promises. And unlike the elites that have a huge savings and can weather this storm, most Nigerians, 90% of Nigerians, mind you, do not earn up to 120,000 naira a month. 90% of this country do not earn up to that. You need to understand that the people are paying a very heavy price. And so they recognize that. But rather than trying to keep the people happy, they want to keep the ruling elite happy. Their strategy is that if we can keep the ruling elite happy, forget about the masses. But they know that that strategy is so weak, so fickle, makes them paranoid. Ordinarily, if you have, it's like if the other way was true, if you have the people and the elites are not as happy, right, you have a stronger base. But he has tried to keep the elites happy. He has tried to ensure that all the senators are still getting their allowances. In fact, the allowances have gone up. It has been adjusted. Their fuel allowance has been adjusted. He has tried to ensure that they are comfortable, forgetting that they're all there to serve the people. And now the people are suffering. So that's where the paranoia comes from. Because they recognize that the people themselves are ready to go any other way. They're ready to vote in somebody that they believe in. And so that's where there's all this. I think there's a ruling against the ADC, there's a ruling against the NDC, all of these funny things that are threats to the very democracy that we have. And that's because that they have not done right by the people. They have made no attempt whatsoever. And the people will come out on that day and express themselves.
So do you think, let's talk about the president. Do you think the president knows what's actually happening outside? What if is the people giving him information and not passing the right information to him? I mean, telling him that, things are good, things are these, things and that, and that's when things are actually the opposites of what they're telling him.
So whether or not the people around him are lying to him, it's still regardless his fault. Any lead of his salt understands that even at the company level, you don't sit around and talk to the CEOs or the directors. I think you have a good understanding of what's going on in your company. You have to engage with your security guard. You have to engage with your receptionist. You have to get those people in a position where they can speak freely to you. So it is the job of the president to ensure that he is grounded and understands what is really going on outside of the echo chamber. Because the presidency is an echo chamber. If we look at the way, particularly the way our culture and the way we relate to our leaders, particularly because we're very respectful people, nobody wants to tell Mr. President, you are failing in this regard. you are a wholesome failure on this, that. The people don't want to do that. The people are not anymore. You are doing such a fantastic job. The one person that challenged this presidency, I believe, the former Tayo Aino, the former, FIRS, he was in charge of the tax anyway. He's been booted out because he once publicly came out and countered the figures, the wrong figure presidency was releasing. He clarified and ensured that he got details out there. That was an example of somebody who chose truth over massaging go, and he paid for it with his job. So you have that kind of culture where they are creating an echo chamber and lying to themselves. But it is still the job of anybody who wants to be president of Nigeria to ensure that he's grounded, to ensure that he's moving around and hearing directly from the people, both positive and negative comments.
Okay, recently, a few ago, the Minister of Finance came out, Taiwo, they say that the federal government to introduce it's called casual impact of, I don't know if you saw it, like to see if this finance that is being given out is actually getting to the ordinary range. Because according to them, things are getting better. I said, how we're sure the president is getting the right information. So now they want to, they've not implemented it yet. They're introducing a shared prosperity scorecard, to be able to measure things of economic reform. Don't you think that's also going to help? Because, like I said, the presidency, they think that the economy is good, but because even though they're thinking the economy is good, but people are still complaining food scarcity, insecurity, and all of that. Okay, if people are still complaining, we are thinking the economy is good, why don't you just, bring this scorecard out, to measure economic reform? What's your take on that?
I believe the presidency has released some information not too long ago, hand-picking metrics that might suggest that they are doing well, or at least to convince themselves. The way I look at it,
convince themselves.
Yes. A child who's lost in his exam and goes home to his parents that compared to the people in the junior class, I did well. It's self. And the parent that says, oh, it's true, I failed at SS3 compared to the GS1 student, you have more knowledge. And so that means you are achieving anything. It's lying to themselves, right? And so we have this manipulation of figures. If the presidency wants to know what's going on with Nigeria, but I suggest that they do a live stream. Do a live stream and let us just call in and talk to the president. People do it in countries, yeah. Or do a town hall. We all remember that statement, a town hall. Do it. And not put it up to Nigerians face to face. Don't select the people that are going to be in that hall. You can do a lottery system. Anybody can apply, and then you just gather, 50,000 Nigerians, 10,000 Nigerians, bring them into a stadium, and then start asking questions and talk directly to the people. Bring in 1,000 of us. They try to do that. They were going to pick all their APCs and put them. But you know what? Forget about all this. Let's have a debate. We have a president who believes he has done a phenomenal job. He believes he's well suited to keep the presidency. Why doesn't he have a debate with the other two candidates? The last election, he ran away from it. He's the president. He should come out. He's an articulate man, and I believe he's intelligent. He must be if he wants to be president of this country, right? So why doesn't he sit next to Mr. Peter Obi and the other candidates as well? Let's have an open debate where they can ask themselves questions, and let's get to know the persons who are in this country, and let the president himself come and in a debate prove to every Nigerian that he had an excellent job. And I tell you what, if he can do that and make a convincing argument, I will vote for him. I will vote for him. So
you're actually not voting for him?
Oh, I'm going to vote for who will save Nigeria, and I believe Peter Obi is the person. But I tell you what, if you can put the current president, Mr. Tinubu, next to Peter Obi, next to Atiku, and a debate, somehow he managed to argue his point and silence the others and convince me that he truly has delivered for Nigerians, who am I? I'd have to vote for him. But somehow I don't think that's ever.
I once had a guest that said, instead of this prosperity scorecard, why don't Oyedele just go to the market and price himself? I mean, price of tomatoes, just go to the market, you know, the macroeconomic stuff, go to the market and see for yourself.
He can't afford that. The smell of poverty would stain his suit. So he cannot be afford to be that close to the to the common man. You don't want to stain him, you know. So no. You can't stress him. He orders his things probably from Europe.
Okay, let's talk about the investors. Would investors and development partners view the plan single term as a source of stability or uncertainty?
The biggest indicator to investors and you know, foreign companies, the biggest indicator is stability, right? The biggest indicator of their desire shall we say that the largest thing that will convince them to invest in any nation is stability. And that's why we all use the US dollar, because we know that it's a stable thing. Now, in order to have stability, you need to have a functional democracy, right? And if the democracy is allowed to flourish as it should, I believe that will send a signal to them that it's go time to invest. If we bring in somebody who is able to really stamp out corruption, somebody who is able to ensure that, you know, that people do not create fake agencies in their presidency, then I think it would send a message to the international community that Nigeria is ready and open for business. The level of maturity. Because you can imagine a foreign investor who looks that many don't believe that the president who is imminent was calmed and fooled by one man and asked themselves that, is this a reliable partner? I don't think anybody would say yes to that question. Yeah.
So at this point, should Nigerians focus more on campaign? Do you think they should focus more on campaign promises or written political agreement?
I think the first stage now at this point is, firstly, everybody should get their PVC, get everything they require to vote ready, and then join the calls and the demands and the pressure that is going to be put on the government to ensure that the president can come out and debate all of them. They're all looking for a job, right? They're all looking for a job. Let them come to a public interview. Put pressure on the presidency to come to a public interview. And based on that, and based on what their stomach is telling them, what their wallet is telling them, what their lifestyle is telling them, Nigerians should go out and vote and defend their votes. That is my advice to everybody over the next 9 to 10 months.
So you think they should go out to vote and vote?
They should, get ready to vote.
Because I actually wanted to ask, what should Nigerians be watching out for 2027 campaigns?
Get ready to vote.
Okay.
Put pressure on the candidates to ensure, I know at least Peter Obi is ready to do it. Put pressure on all of them to ensure that everybody comes out in a TV interview and they have a debate on where they're taking this country. And then thirdly, based on that debate, based on what their wallet is telling them, based on what their quality of life is telling them, they should go out, vote, and stand by their vote. And so help me God, this country will be transformed.
So I believe you've gotten your PVC and you're ready to vote.
I'm ready.
Interesting.
I'm very ready.
So all Nigerians out there need to go out, get their PVC.
Definitely.
And vote. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for your time. Thank you all our Nigerians, like you early heard, go get your PVC, go vote, go cast your vote, vote your conscience, and like I said, go out there and vote your conscience. Do not sell your votes. You don't have to go out to collect 10,000 naira, 15,000 naira, 20,000 naira, and vote the person you're not supposed to vote for. Remember, we are all in this country. We can see what is happening, insecurity and all of that. Are we going to continue like this? What I would just have to tell you guys is to go out there, cast your votes, ensure you go out to vote. Thank you so much for joining our Lagos Network Studio. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining our Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning on TMI. We would be handing over to our Benin Network Studio for the continuation on TMI. I am Marcelina Unkwo. Just stay with us. On TMI this beautiful morning, I am Marcelina, and it is TMI Socials, where we talk about trending stories on social media, and of course to get to hear people's reaction about a particular story. Our first story, we saw a trending video of the Vice President Shettima, where he condemned xenophobic attacks at ECOWAS summit, where he said, deductions were made from our scholarship allowances, restoration movement in South. I'll condemn the xenophobic attack. Let's take a look at the videos, of course, before we go to the reactions.
On our proposal in South Africa, strongly condemning the xenophobic attack on its citizens and other fellow Africans in the Republic of South Africa. As already mentioned by His Excellency the President of Ghana, ECOWAS should present this matter before the Authority of African Union to send a clear message that this type of intolerance is unacceptable. South Africa should be the path of moderation and needs to be reminded that the freedom the country currently enjoys due to the loss of African countries, Nigeria and Ghana.
All right, let's take a look at what people on X has to say. This user says, so you men enjoyed scholarships era, but you grew to suffer this injustice. Let's take a look at what this other person has to say. So the alliance was to pay for the lawlessness future, which is in illegality done by your people, promoting lawlessness. Interesting. Another user says, if African is xenophobic, why are the so-called African citizens not of failed country peace, since no one elected them to South Africa? And beyond that, okay, let's take a look at another reaction. The person said, that was in the past. What a win-win relationship do we have with South Africa today? What major bilateral relationships do we have that benefit both countries? Diplomacy works of perpetual relevance, not majority on the past. Interesting. This other user says they benefited from scholarships that reduce the cost of educations, yet today's students are being offered loans and told reform. Replacing public support with debt. Okay, that is for that. The second story would be looking at here's the particular story trending on the internet, a moment where Honorable Moses Ogodo knelt in appreciation as Delta State Governor Sheriff of Boweri sworn him in. This particular trending on social media, and different people has a lot to say about this video. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions. He was seen crying and knelt down to appreciate the governor for appointing him as a commissioner, and a lot of people did not find it funny at all. Let's take a look at people's reaction. This user says, you don't have to kneel down for now. Respect and gratitude can be shown without going that low. Just focus on delivering for the people. That is what really matters. Okay, this other user, Osinachi, says, you just see that he doesn't deserve to be there. Intellectuals who have something to offer will not be kneeling in tears to thank the governor for appointing them to serve. Interesting. Let's take a look at another reaction. Joe Boy says, kneeling to thank the governor for an appointment, that is not humility, that is aspiration. Serve the people, not the man who put you there. Okay, this other user also says, nice to see humility in leadership. Kneeling isn't necessary. Respect is earned through actions and results, not gesture. Wishing the new commissioner success in serving the people. Okay, another reaction on the comments section also says, Baba realized he is about to national wealth, generational embezzlement, and couldn't hold it in fairs. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. Joe says, if not slavery mentality, what done for your fellow man is not even the king, is a governor will finish. That is for that particular story. A lot of people, like I said, my socials, different people with their different reactions. Some persons sees it as a sign of gesture, while some persons sees it as a sign of you're supposed to be there, you didn't earn it, you're there because you favor all of that. Let's take a look at the last story. This story has been trending on the internet, where Senator Mongono queries Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele, where he says, why is budget not being implemented? It is a breach of the law and an impeachable offense. This particular video has been trending on social media. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
It's not implemented because it is a breach of the law and it's an impeachable offense.
Mr. Mohamed Taib Muguno. I represent Borno North Senatorial District. Mr. Honorable Minister, I've listened carefully to your brief and the very beautiful figures that you have reeled out
to make the budget. Where are these revenue going to? If the budget, for example, 2025 budget has not been implemented, and we have to roll over 70% of 2025 to 2026, and that with the promise that 30% will be implemented before March. Up to March, even 30% was not implemented. National Assembly has to extend the lifespan of the budget up to September to allow government to implement just 30% component of 2025 budget. The issue of 2026 have not arisen completely. It's not arisen.
Interesting. Let's take a look at action on X. This user Prince said, where are the opposition parties in all of this? The government has given more reasons for them to a revolution. Interesting. Another user says, when budget becomes political weapons instead of tools for development, the people suffer. Let the law take its course, but fix the system. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. This other person on X says, did he answer the main questions? Why are we rolling budget forward and yet to implement 30% of 2025 budget in July 2026? Where is all the money going to? Why have they retained some money rather than sharing to the three arms of government. Interesting. There's another user says, don't be surprised if tomorrow you see the same man do a complete 180 and start telling Nigerians that Bola is the best president since independence with the highest budget implementation rate in the country's history. All it takes for this dramatic U-turn is a single phone call from the villa, and suddenly everything falls into place. Interesting. Okay, that's for that. This is all we've got for you on TMI Socials this beautiful morning. I want to say a very big thank you to all our viewers, our esteemed viewers, for joining on TMI this morning from our Lagos studio, from our Abuja Network studio, and also from our Benin Network studio. I am Marcelina Unko. Do have a beautiful day out there.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us today on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adesu Sawage, and I have a full house, all right? I have beautiful ladies in the house. I have Grace Ekato in the house, who is a team coach, and she has a way of talking to girls and encouraging them to do right. Hello Grace. Hello. It's been a while. You abandoned your mommy. Why?
Okay, I'm here now.
All right, welcome Grace, I'm happy to have you. So I have Sharon Ekele, who is a counselor, and she's also a team coach. Outside working in an establishment, she does quite a lot for sisterhood. Her posts on Facebook, her comments, her advice, her encouragement, and all of that is doing so well for sisterhood. Sharon? It's a pleasure to have you join us. All right, so I have a beautiful woman here with us. She's a counselor, she's a mother, and she also has a way of talking to women as far counselorship is concerned. So join me to welcome Nkem Delim Owuwere. I hope I got that right.
Well, you tried.
Thank you.
It's nice to
Okay,
be
so
here.
pronounce your surname, please.
Mrs. Owuwere.
Okay, Owuwere. That's beautiful. After now, I'll ask you what the meaning is. Okay. So, ladies, we're here this afternoon to talk about something that is becoming a trend that is affecting our gender. All right. And so, advocacy, I think, is the way forward. So we are going to talk about mistakes are best teacher. And this topic came out of the video of this 20-year-old girl that I watched, Favor, a girl from Warri who traveled to Asaba, having in mind that she's going to look for greener pastures or something like that. And eventually she got raped by the person who was supposed to help her. And listening to her video, I heard her, at a point I heard her say, oh, we were talking, I told him I'm a virgin, I told him I've not had sex before, I told him, all of that kind of a thing. So I was like, this story does not add up. At what point did she start telling the man that she's a virgin and all of that? So I'm just trying to prepare your mind. And then there was this somebody in Abuja who was supposed to give her 50,000 naira, many, she got raped. And eventually she took substance, made a video to say, okay, this is going to be my last video and all of that, and then she killed herself. Let me start with Nkem Delim. You saw that story?
Yes, I did.
So how, as a mother, how did you feel?
Yes, I'm happy you said as a mother.
Yes, it's taking me this time to talk about this. I didn't want to talk about this also because...
As a mother, I felt very bad.
Okay.
For motherhood, for womanhood.
For womanhood.
Where are we? What has happened? 20-year-old. When we were 20 years old, we respected our mothers. We obeyed the rules and regulations. From all that is seen and heard, there was an open line of communication. There was a kind of negotiation. What was she doing? And thereafter, she had nobody to talk to. She couldn't go to her mother. She had a twin sister. She couldn't discuss with any other. There was no woman around to discuss, and she took her own life. It's very deep, and it is very, very unfortunate.
Okay, Sharon, let me feel your pulse as a counselor now. I know you have so many girls that you talk to at the university. Please talk to us. Let me feel your pulse on this issue.
Yeah, when I saw that video, following her stories and all that, I really felt so, I was so unhappy. I was like, in this time and age, nobody have a good support system that you can really open up to, that you can speak to. So I was like, what went wrong in that family? What is happening in that family that there was nobody for her to run to go and speak to go and air her pain, her hurt, what she's going through. Yesterday, somebody sent me a message. I'm like, someone told me to contact you. I said, okay, what's the problem? He said, I was raped and robbed.
Oh my God.
So, for her to open up, it means that person had a good support system. Yes, around her. I was not going to judge her. I was not going to bring her down. I was not going to let her down. I also have a good linkage. I'm like, okay, this is the right person to speak with. So it was so painful and hurting. And also, as a psychologist and a counselor, looking at her, it's like there was underlying depression before that she was managing.
Okay.
Then this issue became a trigger that ended it all.
Unfortunately, we cannot see her to talk to now.
Yes.
And I don't want to play that video on air, no. Well, we have the video handy, but I do not wish to because it was, I don't know, I had multiple feelings and multiple reasons for so many things she said about. Okay, now let me talk to Grace now. You're close to her in age. We are like mamas right away now. You are young. I want to feel your pulse on this issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, when I first came across the video on net, I was just scrolling normally on TikTok and I saw the video. First of all, I had a lot of mixed feeling and I had a lot of questions that I would have loved to ask if I met her personally. Because looking at the whole scenario, there were a lot of negotiations that went on before she leaving her house as a lady. You won't just tell me that a man tried to help you and everything and then end up telling me that it means he had already portrayed to you his agenda. So that's one. Two, I would add to what Madam Sharon said. There was already an underlying depression there because that alone was not enough just reason to just take her life. She already had something going through, maybe family, personally, and did not have anybody to relate with.
Okay, I think she has financial problems somewhere, and she was telling the person she needs help, she needs to do. So, girl her age at 20, when she's supposed to be gisting with her mom, or gisting with somebody, mommy figure, or like my mother, for instance, sex. My mother did not discuss sex with me. She didn't talk to me about sex. The only thing my mom told me was that, man, oh, you want like this. Nabele, man, cross you like this. You know, she didn't talk to me. But there is this woman, a police woman, that talked to me about all of this, Eva Maria. I don't know where she is. I was little, so there was no phone. The kind of phone we had then was this rotary phone and all of that. I don't still old small, you know. And it was Eva Maria that talked to me and a couple of my sisters and some other girls. She has a way of just gathering us together and say, yeah, you people come. I grew up in a barrack, and you know a lot of things that happen in a barrack. In a barrack, you find the good, the bad, the ugly. Also, so she took time out to like try to educate us in the little way that she can. But somehow, she didn't go deep, maybe because of our orientation too. You know, this one that we say, lollipop, call a penis, call a vagina. She was not like that, but she will have a way, right? So my mother didn't teach me that. So now, there is a disconnect between that girl, her mother, and her family. So, okay, you're a mommy. Talk to us. Why do we have disconnect between mothers and their daughters or mothers and their children when they are supposed to be like this? My mother was like this, but there are things she does not talk about. So we need to know why. Why?
Apart from the psychological disconnect that Madam Sharon talked about, this is the
I like it when we use first names here. We are friends. Okay. So when you say madam, it's like we are distancing ourselves.
This is the deepest part of the issue. That is the issue I'm actually interested in.
Okay.
Where was our mom?
Where was our mom?
When we were growing up, at every stage of our lives as girl children, you know, we are close to our moms. But you are closer to maybe a senior sister or a cousin or something.
Yes.
There was no one around this girl. Nobody to talk to. She didn't have friends. She was supposed to be in school. And
she wants to be a content creator.
Yes, I like
she wants to learn.
Yes, I like to talk to mothers right now. We are pushing these things too far. Children who are supposed to be in school should be in school. We have to, I mean, that girl at 20, I don't know, I really don't know much about her background, but a 20-year-old should have a mother who is a little bit educated. Even if she's not educated, she should be exposed, maybe a business woman or something. They should know the effect, the advantages and disadvantages of this too much social media. What content are you creating that you will leave your mother, leave home and travel, and you are negotiating with an adult man about your sexual, I mean, you are, let me can I? Okay, you are talking about your sexuality. You are a virgin and this and that. Those are not things a 20-year-old should be discussing. I don't care how free we have become. I don't care how free we want our children to be.
How independent.
Yes, how independent, thank you. Or how free we want them to exercise their creativity and whatever. There should be a line. You don't cross a line. A child is a child. This is a child. I know that, of course, when you are 18, you're already an adult. But in our African setting, a 20-year-old is still a child.
Nkem, are you aware that even a 16-year-old girl is a breadwinner?
And that is...
A 16-year-old girl sells her body. Her mother knows that she sells her body. The mother is interested in a cup of parfait and all of these goodies. The mother knows that this girl is into hookup, or let's use the word, into prostitution.
That is wrong.
And what will this girl, you don't have a job, you're supposed to be in school, and you are trying to uplift your family. What kind of burden is that?
That's the issue.
What kind of burden is that?
How is he going to be able to uplift the family now? Look at it. That tells you that the line she has taken, the line the family took, whatever, however you want to, is wrong. This child is not supposed to be. This is child abuse. In fact, I wish I can see the mother.
I'll come and ask you another question about mothers and their daughters. Now, Sharon, as a counselor, I know you have talked to young ones. The internet builds, the internet makes, the internet kills, the internet destroys. The make-believe on internet is so much that most young girls don't know where to draw the line, like Nkem said. They don't know where to draw the line. I beg, talk to us about the use of this internet for our young girls who are fast destroying themselves.
Yeah, actually was there to really, I believe when it was actually created was to connect people. But these days we see the good, the bad, and the ugly. And a lot of persons tend to face the ugly. They love this fake life, this make-believe life that are
That's what society celebrates.
Last night I was just thinking, I was just telling myself, because Favor's issue came into my head. I said, if somebody like me now, for example, approached Favor, like, Favor, come, let me put you through content and all that. The first thing should go and check it. Let me see how many comments this person
many followers.
How many followers this person has.
Among the shares. I get it. That's the thing that we're talking about.
Yes, because that is what is really getting into their head. So some persons just come, give them fake whatever, they just jump into it. So I think our youngest now, with things that are happening now, they really need to open their eyes to know that I keep telling you, there's not everything that is on social media that are all real. A lot of fake lives are in social media.
All right,
you hardly even see them.
It's the raw ones, the obscene ones, the dirty ones that they want to pay. Well, let's take a short break. We'll be back. Grace, I'm coming to ask you your own question. I wish we could go on and on and on, but we're really pressed for time. But don't worry, I want to. Ladies, we're going to have a part 2, yeah? Next week, Wednesday. Okay, I don't hear them. You have made this promise on air. All right, Grace, your question is this. You heard this girl's story, how she's struggling with life, how she needs money, how she wants to be a content creator, how she needs, how do you call it? How do you call it? The person you look up to now? How she needs a mentor, how she found this man who stays in Asaba, how this man sent her transport money to come to Asaba from Warri, how she told her sister she was going to Asaba but didn't tell what she was going to do or who she was going to meet, didn't drop any address or anything. She went there and all of this happened, and she didn't kill herself that same day. It took her some days. I don't know how many days exactly, but it took her time. So it was a premeditated thing. It was not something she did spontaneously. Maybe as soon as she got home, she just on her life herself. She had time to make a video. That means she had time to heal.
Yes.
She had time to talk about everything before she did what she did, right? So do you think, I know that it is very criminal, very hurtful, very painful for a girl to be raped, taken without her consent, you know, and then to debut sex in such a manner, in such a painful, disgraceful, and annoying manner, to debut sex. If I thought she wanted to, should have been something she wished to do and all of that. It makes it a lot better, right? Yeah. She's 20, and she gone through all of that, took her time to get back from Asaba to Warri. She didn't open up to anybody. Took her time to get her phone, get her video and all of that before she came on air. Is suicide the way out?
Of course no. Suicide.
That's what I've been trying to ask you since.
Suicide is not the way out, because unaliving yourself doesn't...
Talk to another young girl who may fall victim today, now or tomorrow.
Doesn't take away the fact that such a thing has happened. All I would like to say is that learn from other people's mistakes. Don't let yourself don't give yourself the wish of experiencing such a thing. If you're a young girl out there, it's better to make money slowly than looking for a man that will give you something. I always say this to any young girl. Any man that is not your father, not your brother, not part, even if it's your relative, as far as not your father and your brother, they don't give anything for free. It's the truth.
Nothing for free.
Nothing for free. Nothing goes for nothing. That's what they told us when we were small. Nothing goes for nothing. It may not be at the initial stage, but definitely it will end.
The person will build it. So, go ahead, dear.
So, as a young girl out there listening to me this afternoon, I would like to tell you that suicide is not the way out. If you are in such experience right now, seek for a counselor. Seek for somebody that you can really open up to. Even if the person is not your mom or your sister, but it's somebody that is trustworthy enough that you can talk to. reach out to such a person, please let it be a lady, let it not be a man. If not, it will happen again. Why counseling you? You will go again.
Are you not aware that women rape women? Are you saying if not a man? Are you not aware of that, counselor? Women do it to women. They forcefully take it away from their pets. Okay, let me go to you now because we are really pressed for time. Came in just maybe 30 seconds or thereabout. How can mothers, I know we're going to set a day aside to discuss mother-daughter relationship. What are the lessons to be learned from this Favours case as a mother?
To every mother listening to us this afternoon, I'll say this. Let us go back to time. Let us look at ourselves. How were we raised?
Okay.
What did our mothers do? Let's not throw all that away. I know that, yes, our children are smart. It is the jet age, computer age, this and that. But we have to remember that we have to hold forth at home. We have to raise our kids. We have to direct them. We have to guide them. We are the counselor. We are the, the shoulder of the house.
When the mothers are not available.
Yes, where there must be a mother figure. There must be a sister or an auntie or a teacher. Even in the schools, there are counselors. We should teach our children, our girl children, to speak out. If this girl had somebody to talk to, look at the time it took her. Like you said, she came out. She went back home. Made a video. All that time, if she had talked to somebody, let us look at our children. Let us look at our girls. Most mothers are even educated. Go online and check out what the other day, about 6 months ago, my kids just found me or what do they call it? Snapchat. Snapchat. My daughter asked me, Mommy, what are you doing there? I say, this is social media. I have to be here because I've just you people are here. You people don't want me. They say, Mommy, welcome. All right, so let us follow our kids on social media.
We'll do that. So Sharon, let me fill your pause now before we go. We have just 30 seconds to do this. 30 seconds, Sharon. So talk to me. As a counselor, what lesson do you think the girls you're counseling should learn from this Favours issue?
Yeah, from this Favours issue, I believe all guests out there should learn that not all that glitters
is good. Even the person you trust can harm you.
Can harm you, can fail you, and also like Auntie Kim and our team coach has said,
you will go and do until your office or your outside.
Every girl child there should have a mentor, somebody they can always rely on. Yes. But most times, I know sometimes some counselors may have their flaw, but most times I said, why don't you have a professional?
Okay, so a mentor, according to my late brother and friend Chameleon, a mentor who will not vandalize them. Yes. Okay, so team coach, what do you tell that girlfriend of yours, that little girl there, who will or who is planning to go and visit one man right away, all in the name of, I want it all good?
My dear, please don't go. Take life one step at a time, because you cannot achieve all in one day. It will always take time.
Yes.
Please, just be patient. I know we all need the money, we all want to be loved and everything, but take one step at a time.
Okay, I'm hoping and praying that this set of guests that I have today will be here again next week Wednesday for us to talk deeper on other things that you as a girl should know. The internet is building and also fast destroying our girls. This connectivity between mother and daughter is a huge problem. Mama is on phone 24/7. Mama will not want to do anything. Oh, mommy, I have a problem. I'll talk to you later. No time for your daughter or your son. There is a huge gap. And this gap is destroying our kids. And this freedom, what my mother didn't do for me, what I didn't have when I was growing up, I want my children to have it. Freedom. You need to redefine what that means. Ladies, thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the show.
Thank you.
We'll see you again on Wednesday. A word is enough for the wise. Have a great day.
ITV certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Insecurity is now an everyday discussion by many citizens, if not virtually most talked about in the country. And we're going to be looking at Edo State, yes, putting Edo State into consideration, the measures with which the current administration is using to tackle insecurity in the state, putting into consideration the economic aspect of it. Will insecurity be improved enough for the people to still feel the economic gains once again in Edo State? That's basically what we're going to be looking at today on Viewpoint. So let's go talk to a few of our respondents and hear what they have to say about the method, the patterns, the approaches being used by the current administration to tackle insecurity in Edo State.
One of the private constitutional rights of every state for all to benefit from a better security. We can remember very vividly that every democratic elected governor took a sacred oath on the altars with the Bible to defend the law and the sanctities of the Constitution to protect life and property. And that validates his constitutional right to make sure that the state and the entire general are being safe and being secured. But now what we are seeing, the problem in Edo State, because just of recent, about 2 months ago, I was in an embassy, then somebody gave me a call. I spoke back in Benin. I didn't know somebody was watching me. So 2 people just walked to me immediately. 2 white men with 1 guy. They said, "Are you from Benin?" I said, "Yes." Instantly, the white man just walked me to me and said, "Listen, we have been in Benin for the past 1 month. We are trying to bring an investment to Benin City." I said, "Same, but we have been to all the localities. What kind of investment?" He said, "They're trying to bring to go to housings, development, and so on." He said, "There have been to about 16 by 18 local governments in Edo State." He said, "All the information given to them will breakage of the law." He said, "Legal criminality." I said, "What?" He said, "We are moving out from Edo State. We are going to Ghana." He said, "Well, I'm seeing you as a bishop. See if you ever said to the governor, talk to him." So that has been in my mind for the past 2 months. So when you came with this security, number 1, the 6th Assembly of Edo State under the previous administration, when I saw the issue of kidnapping in Edo State, criminality in Edo State, unrest in Edo State, the 6th Assembly passed a law. Number 1, they go into the root. What was the cause? For a better city, we got it for a better community, a better villages. They found that CDA, this CDA, Community Development Association, a lot of crime was not generated from the village. The Edo State Assembly sat down and found out what the people to cover the crime. They enact law. They banned CDA in every communities. And this time around, government considered some group of people who were in government cycle, who have something to lose, to work in the government, civil servant, to manage this area. And we have peace in Edo State. For now, as of today, now we have psychological kidnappers in all the 18 local governments in Edo State. People are crying and so on. So if the Edo State government will do something very, very, very straight, it must constitution. Look at the law. This law was passed in the 6th Assembly. The law of protections of life and property. That no man, no traditional ruler, no under these guys, no an agent can forcefully collect somebody, extort anybody, or intimidate anybody. Kidnap was an abduction. Abduction is the ability for you to kidnap somebody that by gun or something inside the book and mentally torture the people. And they start they start money from there, stop money from there. And today, all over the 18 local government in the 2 states, 1 and 2 wards, we are experiencing psychological abduction, where people can no longer invest. Listen, when the law fall, what do we return? In any city, any community, in any country, nation, where criminality are not punished, another something else step up to see how they oppress. So now, if they do government, the approach they are using is very kinetic. But let me tell you something. If they go to this Edo State government must fight this thing to the root, it's simple. Step by people toes by voting, enacting the law, execute the law. Edo State, as of Edo State, is receiving 900 million monthly for security. Delta is receiving 2 billion for security. Kogi State is receiving 400 million for security. Ondo State is receiving 600 million for security. Now, if these 4 people unite together, this adjacent neighbor, how much does it cost to get into anti-missile, go into a drone? How much does it cost in Ukraine? $300. Now 100 million multiply in the conversion in dollars, it's about $657,000 US. Before the government, if the government will be truthful in accountability to security, if it involves just only $100,000 on a drone missile, I'm telling you, Edo State will be secure. The populations of Israel is 10.2 million. Edo State population is about 5.2 million. And Israel is fighting war with over 20 nations for protection. We don't need this kinetic system. What we need to do, the Edo State government need to do, build an AI generative office where the drone will be on air across the 1 and 2 ward. While in the command center, the drone system, rather than the air system, it generates and detects every criminal, detect everything. From that place, release, it's shoot on the air. So if the state governor mean well, he must step on traditional truths. He must step on the appearance of the people. What happened to the law? The law at the kidnapping, yes, good for punishment. The law at the court is good. Let Edo State governments. We are also here to call the Edo State Commissioner of the man in charge, Attorney General, Professor Roland Itoya from Auchi, to please, he should constitute a very intellectual team and let them enforce this law. Let them disband this Okaigele and Okaivo. These are the activities they are carrying out in the village. If security are well in the village, the security here in the town will be intact. If they can disband this Okaigele activity has reformed into CDA, where they intimidate people. You know what I mean? For you to kidnap somebody, is mentally torture the person and you extort the person. Now, all over the 18 local government, this law are not being enforced. So Edo State government, if it must cure insecurity, enforce this law back again. It reigned under previous administration and we have peace in Edo State. And let the money that being budgeted for security, now 100 million, please make use of that money. Go into AI technology. The method you are using now, this kinetic war will not stop them. And the monitoring of property listing. I love if a victim being caught and he is zone of that house, the house will be demolished. I cannot be in abroad, my children in abroad. Labor me somebody tell that in my house or not to me. And because it's in my house, you caught me in the house and you demolish. That is an archaic. We are not in the monarchical system. This is democracies where law work. That is why those government must defend the oath or the sanctity to protect life and property. If you are demolishing it in the name of somebody who was in my house, I think that the law is wrong. Please, if you can go on AI technology, I'm telling you, Edo State is a place of security. But we appreciate you for what you've done last year, for making us to sleep peacefully. You have cut it over. I want to say that when we came on board, under the leadership of Distinguished Senator Monday, we met a very serious security challenges. Cultist activities, cult-related activities took hold of the state. A lot of young men were killed. They were killing themselves, basically. And unfortunately, innocent people also died in the process of these clashes. The governor was very sad and he took the battle to them. And you are aware of all the measures he took to deal with the court-related activities in the state. And the carrots and stick approach was a strategy that he used. What he did was to ensure that he advised all the groups to lay down their arms voluntarily. Otherwise, there will be consequences. And he also ensure that any premises that was used by court people, whoever is practicing court activities, those houses will be demolished in line with the laws that was enacted at that time. So that challenge he took decisively, courageous steps. Another challenge came up, and that is the kidnapping related activities. And that also was a challenge that the governor faced brutally. Basically because, of course, when you have security challenges, it affects the economy, it affects the social life of the people, it affects the psychology of the people itself. Because security is a thing of the mind. If the people feel they are not safe, then there's already a security challenge. And that the governor, in this way of doing things, they took up the challenge. And he has done this again, and by way of creating a separate court to deal with court-related activities, as well as kidnapping related activities. This is basically to accelerate and fast-track justice dispensation. And that is why those courts were created.
And he also said that he will sign death warrants. Basically, that is to show the seriousness that is handling this matter. He's not taking it. It's not taking it lightly at all. And you can see the state today. I can tell you that the state is safe for business. It's safe for investment. And I was in Italy a few weeks ago, and I told our people there that they should come home, and that Edo State is safe for business. Bring your money, come and put your money, it's safe. You will be safe as well, because the two challenges that we have, kidnapping and court-related activities, have been dealt with. I'm not saying that we must be complacent or we must not continue to do what we are doing. Where the government is very proactive. The government is very proactive. And I want to tell you that the government has spent so much on security infrastructure. Vehicles have been bought for security people, the police and other security outfits that we have in the state. And that is going very well. And I want to say very clearly, without any fear of contradiction, that yes, the security and economy, they go together. If the security is improving, of course, people will not be afraid to invest their money in that economy. They will not be afraid to go out and do business. And of course, you also have night business going on. You see, so people are not afraid to run home by 5 p.m. You see, you see businesses being done at night, and that improves the economy. If that is why 24 hours economy generates more funds and improve economy more than the economy that by 4 p.m. everybody is running home. You understand? So it is imperative to know that the economy of Edo State is improving, and I know that if we can sustain this effort, the economy of this state will improve more than what you are saying. So it is to continue. Well, if you see what happened recently at Vegetable Market, where dead devil, broad daylight kidnapping took place, but the governor took it up and advised the Commissioner of Police that this culprit must be brought to book within 48 hours. And that took place, and you see what happened. They were arrested and apprehended. Even the ones around to Delta State, they were eventually arrested. So if we cannot prevent you from doing it, we'll catch you after you have done it. So the state is safe. And I can assure you that we are making progress, steadily making progress.
It's very unfortunate that we miss the point. But if by now a governor have decided to face the issue boldly, with sincerity, without political attachment, the political will to do the right thing, I think we are getting closer. One, at the time, the early 60s of the Oyenusis, where firing squad were introduced, it checkmate many things. And there was drastically reduced armed robbery and all that. But as at now, we need to be very prayerful because of political situations. Because we have seen a situation where an armed robber or kidnappers are arrested, power from above will release them. In a situation where a governor of the state will be talking, a commissioner of police will tell that he cannot take instruction from chief security of the state. So where do we go from there? A situation too where the judiciary is weakened. Where are we going from there? So it depends on our own ability. Thank God for I thank God for the initiative. If the decision to do it solely and with the fear of God, I think it will reduce certain things without the influence of powers that be both within and below. So if you can do that, not that God, because somebody is a political enemy, you go and it's not to destroy us. A way to allow people their heart to be destroyed, not houses that matters. How many houses do you know the man has? What are the houses abroad? But I believe where we can be able to say, do the right thing What we must find the cause of this matter? Injustice. Injustice. When you give the wrong thing to the right thing, a problem will come up. So we have to look we have to look for the cause of a problem. So what he has decided to do, for me, I welcome it on condition that it will not be politicalized, and the will to actualize without mingling life with other people. And whoever you want to choose, either to be the head of the tribunal, must be somebody that has conscience, because conscience is God in man, not society person, not a person that a judge will be seen in a party drinking and drinking. So honestly, justice should be addressed. When you address justice, crime will drop. You provide job for the people, then there will be way, and it will be very difficult for economy to bounce back. Why? The Niger. But we are one of those who joined my former camp chairman, Kure, when they introduced Ruga, that we don't want Ruga. So if this thing continues, who want to go to farm? Who want to die? Nobody want to die. So unless the government itself, because they are straight by barter, most of the things are collaborated with politicians. So unless the government had to stand, and we people as a people had to rise, we cannot continue to be using our head to break coconut. We will not be able to live it. The men have to cooperate. The civil society have to come up. Where are the laborers? Where are the men and women? So it's very difficult for economy to bounce back where there are killings and no justice. So we need to pray, yes, but prayer must be backed with actions.
I want to say that the chief security officer here in Edo State is the executive governor, and so far he is doing his best. I can say there have been some relative peace in Edo State, especially since last year, with the issue that relate to court activities, killings, maiming, and what have you. The courts issue, he has been able to tackle it to some extent. Then the kidnapping, I want to say there is a great improvement as to the security in that area in Edo State. Take for example the issue that happened at the vegetable market at Airport Road. I remember vividly that day, most churches in Benin City, we all wore black to church and we were praying against this kidnapping, insecurity and all that. And of course, we heard that news and some of us were saddened. And within the shortest possible time, the suspects were arrested, they were apprehended. And with the way the governor handled that, I think that is a plus to his administration. Then looking at the issue of tenants living in houses, somehow the landlord may not know who they are. And I want to say today, most landlords are trying to check into the life of the tenants that are in their premises. And of course, when we look at it economically, most landlords now will want to evict tenants who they suspect with questionable character. And they come to we, the lawyers, to ensure that we do the right thing and the needful. Of course, with the way the governor is tackling the insecurity, I can say that as it stands, most of the lights are not working. And if we work towards that direction to ensure that the street lights are working, the traffic lights are working, I can tell you that within the shortest possible time, nightlife will be restored and economic life will bounce back very well. Especially in this side of the city where we live, the street lights are not working. Siloko Road to Ego Markets, down to Upper Siloko, Iguadolo, the street lights are not working. I think of recent around Teacher's House, we're told that a young man facilitated the street light that was installed in that area, and I think that one is still working as I'm speaking now, but that will not be enough. So if street lights are in place, The security are well equipped. The local vigilantes are well funded and equipped to collaborate with the police. We will go a long way to have our economy bouncing back very well. Again, I want to say that the issue of state police is very, very necessary, because those in the environment will also know the nook and crannies of the territory, and they will also know who comes in and who goes out. So when you have that in place, I think that will solve a lot of foreigners coming in with arms and ammunition to cause mayhem. I want to say the best is yet to come, and we ask that you do more so that we can have more peace in Edo land.
I do not know what law the governor of Edo State is applying in his demolition of houses where kidnappers or cultists are found. We see that no court order is given, no proper procedure is taken through before, when they just hear that someone who is a kidnapper was or is or a cultist was in a house, they just go and demolish the house. What is that for? Have you gone through the court process? Is there a law that empowers the governor to, on his own, demolish a house because he suspects that somebody is a kidnapper who was there? He has no right to do that at all. Mind you, we are a rules-based society, a society governed by the rule of law. If there is a law passed by the House of Assembly saying that kidnappers found in a house that property should be demolished, is the governor, the prosecutor, and the judge to finally say that that person is a kidnapper and pass judgment and execute it on his own? Is there no room for appeal? Then talking about executing kidnappers at Ring Road is laughable. What is the law that says a kidnapper or a cultist should be executed? What law is he operating? Has the House of Assembly or the National Assembly passed a law that says, and even if a court that has just been set up says that a person is a kidnapper and he should be sentenced to firing school, let us just say that, because no law says that, it is that he should be hung till he is declared dead. I think governors should get the advice of the Attorney General and advisors before they speak. And again, a court has been set up. Let's find out that someone is a kidnapper. Does he not have right to appeal to the Court of Appeal? Does the governor think that because his court has declared that somebody is a kidnapper, he just take the person to go and kill a Ring Road? That person has a right of appeal till his appeal is exhausted in the Supreme Court before it will be brought before him to sign his warrant. It takes procedure. I think we should, the economic system of a country, people look at it, does that country, is it a country based on the rule of law? When it becomes a rule of the thumb of a man, people will not want to invest in that kind of economy. When people see that a man can just get up and say your hotel was used by cultists while you are abroad and you don't even know, and demolishes your hard-earned money, harbor, I think people will not want to invest in such a climate.
The governor is doing quite a lot so that foreign direct investment can come back in Benin to the state once there is a level of confidence in the measure and steps the governor is taking to address the high level of insecurity in the state. I give you a typical example. Look at the dastardly event that happened at Vegetable Market the other day when a couple of youngsters, couples were kidnapped. It didn't take the governor 3 days to get them rescued and released from their abductors without paying any forms of ransom. That tells you the determination, the poise,
governor has taken to address the high level of insecurity so that it can restore confidence in people that will be willing to invest in Edo. And to a very large extent, the economy, there will be expansion in the economy. It will trickle down to everybody. That's number one. And again, the level of support the governor is equally giving to the security agencies, is unheard of. It's unprecedented. That is why today the morale of the security agencies has been raised because of the effort the governor has intentionally put in place to encourage all of them to go into it. I tell you today, across the 3 senatorial districts in the state, there's relative peace. Look at the high level of courtesy across the length and breadth of all tertiary institutions. To a very large extent, you agree with me that the rate with which courts operate, threatening lives, property, and mailing and killing people has drastically reduced against the backdrop of the governor's intention to establish special court to try courtists. He will equally expedite the level of jurisprudence in terms of trials and all that, like when it takes maybe longer period to secure justice. This isn't going to be when there are special courts established by the government, which he intends to do. These are steps he is taking to address the high level of courtesy in Edo State. Why is the governor taking this deliberate step? Because he is aware that security is a threat to economic expansion. Security is a threat to trade and business. Once there is security across the length and breadth of Edo State, the economy is down. All the sectors are shut off. Even banks will not even open. That is why the government knows very well that for economy to bounce back, the level of insecurity has to be addressed. If market, commerce, and industries are to flourish, it is dependent on peace. So the government is really desirous in bringing peace, restoring public confidence in the government, that the government is ready and willing and able to protect lives and security, which is the primary responsibility of any responsible government, to ensure that all of us can go to bed with our 2 eyes closed, checking the level of insecurity.
Despite the applause that was actually given to the current administration in regards to the measures and approach being used to tackle insecurity in Edo State, citizens are still asking for more efforts and measures to be put in place in order for insecurity to be a thing of the past and citizens have opportunity to enjoy the economic aspect of life, and then again bring more investments to the country, both internationally and locally. Business can also see opportunities to thrive, as no business can thrive in a state where insecurity is dwelling. Especially the area of nightlife can also be restored. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, courts reject show arrest on certified document in defamation trial. Vice President Shettima says Nigeria's digital transformation under Tinubu unequaled. Devastating floods claim life, destroy over 20 homes in Edo North community. Residents beg Edo State government for rescue as 2 borrow pit operations consume over 50 houses at Ogige, Benin City. Lagos NSCDC rescues 125 victims, arrests 18 suspects in multiple operations against school vandals, fake university. Good evening and welcome to the main news on ITV. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. And joining virtually from Lagos studio, I have Mercy Lena Unkor. Good evening, Mercy. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Beautiful evening to you, Angoin. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you too. You can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Justice Mohammed Umar of the Federal High Court in Abuja has rejected an application by the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, to tender an uncertified court document in his ongoing criminal defamation trial. Judicial correspondent Joseph Kadere reports that the case has been adjourned till July 28th for the continuation of the defense.
The trial of Africa Action Congress presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore continues at the Federal High Court in Abuja, with the court rejecting an uncertified court document the defense sought to tender in evidence. The document was presented through a former member of Sowore's legal team, Wayne Chikeze. However, prosecution counsel Akinlulu Kende, SAN, objected on the grounds that only the original or a certified true copy of a court document is admissible. Justice Mohammed Umar upholds the objection and rejected the document. A principal officer with Department of State Services, Uwem Davis, informs the court that he acted on the directive of the Director General of the DSS. A principal officer with the DSS, Uwem Davis, informs the court that he acted on the directive of the DG of the DSS to write Sowore, requesting him to retract social media posts the service considers capable of generating public tension. He also denies authoring a separate letter addressed to Meta, saying it was written by a retired DSS officer. Sowore's counsel, Adeyinka Fusika, SAN, says he would apply to subpoena the DG of the DSS after expressing dissatisfaction with the witness's testimony. Justice Mohammed Umar adjourns the case till July 28 for the continuation of the defense. Counsel in the matter declined comments after the proceedings, while Omoyele Sowore reacted to the testimony of the DSS witness.
We found out that the DSS forged letters on behalf of their staff. One of their staff stood in the witness box. A principal officer, General Services, Uwem Davis, said before the Federal High Court judge that the letter that was presented in his name, he never authored it.
And signed, signature.
Forgery of the highest order is why I'm being presented for trial.
From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
A bill seeking to ban the production, importation, and sale of unbranded and unfortified edible oils in Nigeria has failed to sell second reading in the House of Representatives. Ogani Victor reports that a bill sponsored by Honorable Chike Jan Okafor was stepped down by the sponsor after it generated strong debate on the floor.
Honorable Chike Okafor, the sponsor of the bill, argued that Nigerians are dying from consuming unbranded oils and called for a new agency to monitor oil production.
Statistics of harmful and damaging effects of unbranded oils on our people for consumption of very poisonous, unfortified, and unbranded edible oil are alarming. The number of patients for heart-related diseases and heart attacks is on the increase. 67% of Nigerians consume unbranded edible oil. Only 31% of edible oils in circulation in Nigeria are fortified.
However, the proposal drew immediate pushback as Honorable Gagdi Yusuf and others said NAFDAC already has that responsibility and its act should be amended instead of creating another agency.
Let us look at the sections, the various components of the bill that have to do with NAFDAC, that have to do with other agencies, and let them pull them and harmonize them by way of amending our existing laws to take care of the issues raised by this bill.
There are loose ends in NAFDAC law, which this legislation is trying to tie up.
And those are our local productions that they are doing most of the, local villages in our place. So did he take them into consideration?
The title of the bill is completely the functions of NAFDAC, no doubt about it. So if we go on and wasting our time on this bill, talking about unbranded oil, somebody will come up and say unbranded gari again tomorrow. Somebody will come up and say unbranded wheat, amala. Why are we proliferating the function of NAFDAC?
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who presided over Wednesday's plenary, eventually granted the request to step the bill down to allow for more work and wider consultations. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Here in Edo State, residents of Igara, the administrative headquarters of Akoko Edo local government area, Edo State, are counting their losses after a devastating flood triggered by heavy rainfall submerged over 20 houses and killed the life of a motorcycle rider. The victim was swept away while traveling from Sumarika to Igara, while the body was recovered days later. Edo North correspondent Anthony Ibrano has the details.
A social media analyst, Akumzi, described the incident at the scenes where flood swept away the motorcycle rider as tragic. Residents said Success Road Bridge, Police Station Road, Technical College Road, Iretitu Pope Francis Road, Okbe Road, Market Road, and Rest House Road were among the worst hit areas.
There was no barricade here to protect the man. That was how the water came and took him down that way. And his bike went down that way. That very night, the community people of Sumarika came out in mass to try to get him. They couldn't. But in the morning, they were not able to fish out the body and the bike and brought the bike a little halfway, and then we took the body up.
A resident, Mr. Paul Ademola, said the incident had been reported by the community to the Edo State Emergency Management Agencies, while the local government council promised relief for all. Clearing of drainages has commenced to ease the situation at the time of filing these reports.
The river overflowed bank and entered into the houses of many people living close to the river premises.
Affected residents include Mr. and Mrs. Jimo Taye and Mrs. Rita Okpapi described the flood as devastating and appealed to the Edo State government and humanitarian agencies for urgent assistance.
Ted, we did not sleep till daybreak. We battled till 2 o'clock before the flood gets down.
The water just come full force. He was able to take my daughters away, but it was God.
Before we ran outside, the water has already filled everywhere. They have to try to escape us from.
Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
In the meantime, natives and other residents of Ogege community in Uwade local government area, whose houses and other properties have been lost to activities of borrow pit operators in their community, have cried out to Edo State government to come to their rescue. The people of Ogege, during a peaceful protest, said over 50 houses have collapsed into the borrow pit, while several others are on the verge of collapsing. Jonah Omorua, who visited the community, has the details.
Behind me used to be a street and several houses, but today they are no more, following the activities of borough pit owners. The borough pit, which is still functional and very close to residential area, has consumed over 50 houses, rendering the landlords and tenants homeless, while several other houses are on the verge of collapsing into the borough pit. Some landowners and landlords turned tenants, while appealing to the state government and other relevant agencies, said activities of the two borough pit operators in their community should be halted to prevent further losses in the community. According to them, if urgent steps are not taken, the community may become non-existent as the borough pits are eating into the community.
I own the building down there, so I don't know what to do. Mr. Governor, please come and rescue us. We need your help.
Where I'm standing is just 4 plots to my house now. The pit has taken many houses here. And with the landlord, we are stranded. We don't even know what to do.
What we are passing through in Ogege here is beyond us.
Houses that they go down, houses that they collapse, houses where don't go pits, they go almost 50 houses. Not be land, not be very ground. We not go fit cancer. I beg our governor, may you come rescue us. Oh.
The whole place now don't scatter. 2 pits now they dig for one community. Where person one can enter. 2 pits, 2 borough pits for one community. I beg me now come help us.
The activities of borough pit operators in local communities underscore the urgent need for strict regulatory enforcement, sustainable mining practices, and mandatory site reclamation. From Ogere community in Ohonde local government area in Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories where the management of independent television and radio has expressed a deep appreciation to the vice chairman of the station and former governor of Edo State, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosakaye Igbenedion, over his unwavering support for the organization, particularly the construction of the new ultra-modern communications office complex at Igosa, Benin City. Donald Eyemie reports that a commendation was made during an appreciation visit to the former 2-time governor of Edo State.
The managing director of independent television and radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, led members of the management team on the appreciation visit, commending Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosakaye Igbenedion for his steadfast commitment to the growth of the station, especially his support for the new communications office complex. Engineer Obaseki described the vice chairman's contribution as visionary and invaluable.
The vision is broad, and we cannot but remember the visionary who in his book, everything that has to do with him is always blazing the trail and daring where mortars dread. When broadcasting came, he took the first lead.
In separate remarks, Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Serena Ojomo, Executive Director of Operations, Chief Eda Ogbedewonse, Director Independent Radio, Pastor Dan Omozusi, and the Deputy General Manager Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, expressed gratitude for his fatherly guidance and enduring support.
Your kindness, generosity, and willingness to support this family have made a very, very meaningful and huge difference.
The primary reason we are here is to come and say thank you. That's why we are here. For all you have done for us.
I entered the place and went around up and down, just one that was perfect. I will still want to beg him. Oliver, please ask for more.
Anytime we come into your presence, we are always at home. And you have a way of making the atmosphere very exciting, very interactive, and lovely.
In his remark, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosakaye Igbenedion thanked the management for the visit and urged them to remain committed to professionalism and excellence.
All of you have your different areas of expertise that you should be able to contribute genuinely with integrity.
The visit was climaxed with the presentation of a gift to the Vice Chairman by Engineer Elvis Obaseki on behalf of the management. From Benin, Donald Eyemie, ITV News.
And in Delta State, where tragedy has struck in Delta State following the death of 2 chairmen of Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees in a ghastly motor accident while returning from an official union's meeting in Warri. The victim involved in the fatal road accident are Comrade Nnamdi Ememe, Chairman, Ika East Local Government, and Comrade Emmanuel Jolly, Chairman, Ika South Local Government of Noj, which occurred at Owa Oyibo near Asaba on their way from Warri. The Delta State President of Noj, Comrade Oberuto Obato, in a statement over the unfortunate incident, described the death as untimely and tragic to the family of the deceased and the Delta State in general. The President also declared a 3-day mourning period across all local government councils in the state, which take effect from Wednesday. He also directed all NULGE members across the state to wear black attire or black armbands as a mark of respect to the deceased. You're still on to the main news on ITV. We now move over to Lagos, where Mercy is on for more stories.
Many thanks to you, Anu. And here in Lagos State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps says it has recently launched an onslaught against criminal elements vandalizing school assets and infrastructure, operating an illegal university Ponzi scheme, and other various cross-border crimes. The crackdown by the NSDC led to the arrest of 18 suspects and rescue 125 victims, out of which 107 are Nigerians and 18 foreign nationals at the Meke, Itoga and Iberuko areas of Badagry. The NSCDC said it also arrested 3 foreign nationals, including a male from Niger Republic connected to Ponzi scheme operations, illegal immigration, subversion of Eastern laws and government policies. In another report, Nigerian Navy Forward Operating Base Badagry says it recorded a major G and other cross-border crimes within the area of the operations. The Navy said during the patrol along the Badagry-Pato Novo Creek and adjoining waterways, its team intercepted and confiscated 529 bags of foreign parboiled rice and suspected to have been smuggled into the country in line with ESTAN's regulations and Nigerian Navy standard operating procedure.
The executive members of Edo College Old Boys Association, ECOBA, Benin branch, have visited the immediate past worldwide president of the association and former governor of Edo State, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nusakai Benedian, to seek his support and blessings for a successful tenure. The ECOBA Benin branch executive members were led on the visit by its chairman and managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki. Doland Ayemye tells us more.
The visit by the executive members of the Benin branch of the Edo College Old Boys Association, led by its chairman and managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, provided an opportunity for the executive to formally introduce themselves, seek the guidance and support of the immediate past president of the association worldwide and former governor of Edo State, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nusakai Benedion, and present key programs of their tenure to him.
You are a very strong pillar on which the new Edo College Old Boy rests. The foundation that your years in office set is what is blossoming now in terms of the development that we are seeing in the association.
Receiving members of ECOBA Benin branch, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nusakai Benedion congratulated them on their emergence and assured of his continued support.
Your ancient meeting on 1st of October every year. It's a good initiative. The endowment fund initiative is very, very laudable. That is basically apart from us to wish you a successful tenure. continue to have reasons to celebrate.
Vice Chairman of the branch, Dr. Joe Ogbebo, and an ex-official member, Engineer Edo Samsi Taiwo, described the visit as a productive step by the branch.
Listen to our plea and our plans for the year and the term, and gave his blessings.
We came to brief him about our proposal for the association, which he rightly applauded. As somebody who has gone through before, we also came to ask for his opinion and also support.
The visit, no doubt, was another moment of an impactful reunion. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
The late Archbishop of Benin Metropolitan See, His Grace, Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubueze, has been described as a humble, approachable, and devoted servant of God. The Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, gave the description when he led management of the stations on a condolence visit to the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin. Patience Utagura reports that the ITV and radio delegation was received at Archbishop's house by the Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin City, Reverend Father Dr. Michael Oyanwafo.
Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubueze died in the United States of America at the age of 69. Following his demise, management of ITV and radio visited his residence to express sympathy and solidarity with the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin. Speaking during the visit, the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, said the management was at the Archdiocese to identify with the church in its moment of grief and convey the station's heartfelt condolences over the loss of the revered cleric.
God knows the reason why he called his own at a particular time he did. He has given for us the opportunity and the hope that yes, there is a better tomorrow. And there could be no better way than for us to live that way. So this morning, let's pay you that this visit of condolence I will share in the grief of the Catholic family.
Responding, the Chancellor of Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, Very Reverend Father Michael Oyanwafo, disclosed that the news of the Archbishop's passing came as a rude shock to the Archdiocese, explaining that he had traveled to the United States for his annual vacation and not for medical treatment. Father Oyanwafo also acknowledged the long-standing friendship between the Esama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawa Igbenedion, and the late Archbishop, recalling that the Esama expressed deep sorrow upon hearing of his passing.
It is well and deeply appreciated. Archbishop Obiora Akubueze Augustine, who was very kind and generous, he was more or less living his life for others with joy and gratitude to God.
Engineer Obaseki presented the station's official letter of condolence to the Catholic Archdiocese as a mark of solidarity and sympathy. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The Rotary clubs in Benin have reaffirmed their commitment to improving health care through maternal and child health outreaches. The clubs under Rotary International District 9141 made the reaffirmation while donating medical items, among others, at the Oluku Primary Health Center in Benin City. Esther Ogoro reports.
The items donated include oxygen cylinders, delivery beds, maternal and child kits, amongst others. There were also health talks for expectant mothers as well as nursing mothers. Assistant Governor Elizabeth Ativier said Rotary's guiding principle of service goes above self and beyond donations, adding that the outreach also focuses on educating mothers to promote healthier families.
We decided to supply materials and also to take care of delivery kits for women who are pregnant and are going to have babies, and also to talk to them and educate them.
President of the Rotary Club of Benin, New Etete, Ekide Okiaisebo, said July is dedicated to maternal and child health by Rotary International.
Our basic purpose of being here is because in this month of July, in Rotary, is for maternal and child health as an organization to come and make the expectant mothers healthy.
Some Rotarians, including Dr. Osawunyi Irowa, Ogunya Kinu Kayode, amongst others, commended the interventions.
This little effort we are putting in from our new resources, collective support from all persons who are Rotarians, will help to reduce this death that we normally experience and even the morbidity, that the sicknesses that we encounter in children and in mothers. We are able to provide the oxygen cylinder and through delivery bed and the mammograph to them.
Matron of the health facility, Ago Natasha, and some beneficiaries appreciated the Rotary Club.
We are here to say thank you very much.
The highlight of the outreach was the presentation of the items by the President, Rotary Club of Benin United, Rotarian Rihanna Abdul Wahab. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
In other news, the distribution of 8,000 bags of fertilizer to over 12,000 profiled small-scale farmers in Edo State has been officially flagged off by the federal government in collaboration with the government of Edo State. Ofure Aneto reports that the policy is part of government strategies to enhance food security under the Renewed Hope agenda, in line with Edo State government's Shine agenda for agricultural transformation.
The Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Dr. Jerry Uwangwe, described the exercise as a federal government intervention to ease the high cost of fertilizer and boost farming.
This ceremony is not just a formal exercise, but a reflection of the federal government's continued commitment towards ensuring food availability and security, which is in line with the Edo State Shine agenda.
Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Mrs. Bamayi Osedebame, alongside the Director of Agriculture, said over 12,000 genuine farmers were profiled across the 18 local government areas ahead of the distribution exercise.
We went around the 18 local governments, informing all the smallholder farmers that the state is interested in them. They should be profiled so that they can benefit from the state and benefit from the federal government.
This is the Renewed Hope agenda for everybody. This fertilizer will be used to improve crop production.
Edo State Coordinator, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and representative of the National Agricultural Development Fund commended the Renewed Hope agenda and assured farmers of a transparent distribution process.
After the distribution, we are expecting to have more yield of agricultural produce in Edo State.
I want to appeal to everybody to make sure we have enough fertilizers that will go around for fight farmers.
Beneficiaries described the intervention as timely.
I want to say a very big thank you to our Otokinadu governor.
The exercise featured presentation of fertilizer to the farmers and the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Edo State government and the National Development Fund.
So far, as of today, we have received 8,000 fertilizers. It's going to be shared across the 18 local governments.
From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
In another development, the Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS, regional cooperation, governance reforms, and political development ahead of the Nigeria's 2027 general elections on Wednesday came under sharp focus as stakeholders examined issues affecting leadership, challenges in the nation, particularly sustenance of a very democratic future for the people. Zainab Mohammed reports that the issues assumed focus on the independent television breakfast program this morning on ITV. Osemudiame Osage tells us more.
From Benin Studio, a seasoned activist, Chris Ojekere, examined the 69th ECOWAS Ordinary Session and the task before the new chairman, President Bassirou Faye. He stressed the importance of regional cooperation while urging that Nigeria's national interest should remain paramount in trade relations.
West Africa does not have to stay with all those things they wrote in 1975. Why don't you have a West African force that will deal squarely, country to country, with terrorism and banditry? So that first of all you achieve peace in the region before you begin to talk of integration.
Also from Benin Studio, ADP chieftain Edward Nchilim Ofum discussed the recent reshuffling of President Bola Tinubu's cabinet, advocating greater inclusion of young people in governance, describing them as capable of driving national development.
Try the youth first. It is this notion that has kept us where we are today. Nigerian youths are loaded. They have it in their head. They know what to do.
From Lagos Studio, governance consultant and spokesperson of the Obedient Movement, Dakpo Adaremewa, reacted to the 2027 presidential race, asking for open debates among presidential aspirants to enable Nigerians access their agenda for the office.
Let's have a debate. We have a president who believes he has done a phenomenal job. He believes he's well suited to keep the presidency. Why doesn't he have a debate with the other two candidates? The last election, he ran away from it. He's the president. He should come out. He's an articulate man, and I believe he's intelligent. He must be if he wants to be president of this country, right? So why doesn't he sit next to Mr. Peter Obi and the other candidates as well? Let's have an open debate where they can ask themselves questions, and let's get to know the persons who are in this country.
Simudeme Osagi, ITV News.
Troops of Operation have rescued 27 kidnapped victims, foiled fresh abduction attempts, and recovered rustled livestock and motorcycles during coordinated operation in Sokoto and Zamfara State. The operations, conducted between July 20th and 21st, 2026, also disrupted terrorist activities in part of Sokoto State and along Gumi-Sokoto Highway. The Media Information Officer of the Joint Task Force, Operation Fasan Yama, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, disclosed this in a statement issued on Wednesday. According to the statement, troops from the forward operating bases in Shagari and Saifawa, acting on credible intelligence, responded to reports of terrorist activities in Wanke and Kaura communities in Shagari local government area of Sokoto State on July 20th. The troops engaged the terrorists in a fierce gun battle in Kaura community, forcing them to flee under intense military firepower. Danger said the operation led to the rescue of 6 kidnapped victims, while rustled livestock and 2 motorcycles were also recovered. Meanwhile, the Cross River State Police Command has arrested a 39-year-old man, Undume Emmanuel, for allegedly posing as a medical doctor and defrauding a woman of 500,000 naira under the guise of securing employment for her children at the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. The command spokesperson, ASP Sunday Etikpa, disclosed this in a statement issued on Tuesday. According to the statement, the suspect was apprehended by the officers attached to the Nwase Division in Calabar South local government area following a petition by Mrs. Edemawa Samuel. The complaint alleged that Ikpeme falsely introduced himself as a medical doctor and convinced her to pay part of 500,000 naira after promising to facilitate employment for her children at UCTH. Itopa said preliminary investigations revealed that the suspect allegedly used the false representation to deceive the woman into paying the money. He added that detectives recovered exhibits believed to be linked to the alleged offenses, while the suspect remains in police custody. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has applauded the ongoing transformation of Nigeria's digital identity ecosystem under the administration of President Bola Tinubu, describing the process as unrivaled. As Abigail Aderemi reports, Senator Shettima stated this Wednesday when he received a courtesy visit to the presidential villa, Abuja.
On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it is my singular honor and privilege to warmly welcome the National Executive Committee of the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria to the Office of the Vice President. And your presence here affirms an enduring truth. Development acquires meaning only when every tier of government understands its responsibility and performs it with diligence. National policies become transformative only when they are translated into practical outcomes in every ward, every community, and every household.
In the meantime, the United Nations Annual Report on Food Security and Nutrition indicates that Africa has, for the first time, become the continent with the largest number of people facing hunger. The Director of Agri-Food Economics Division at the Food and Agriculture Organization, David Laborde, said the center of gravity of hunger has shifted from Asia to Africa. The report, put together by the FAO and 4 other UN agencies, estimated that hunger affected 309 million people in Africa last year. The UN agencies said the proportion of the world population facing hunger has decreased from 8.6% in 2022 to 7.8% in 2025, which represents a drop in 43 million people to 645 million. The agencies noted that it is still higher than before the COVID pandemic. The agency's report encouraged African nations to prioritize transforming the animal source food sector, which is the most expensive food group in the region. In business news, stakeholders have expressed concern over the persistent drain of Nigeria's resources through illicit financial flows, warning that the country loses an estimated $60 billion yearly to the menace. They said the situation has devastating consequences for education, healthcare, infrastructure, poverty reduction, and overall national development, despite the presence of several anti-corruption institutions. The stakeholders made this lamentation at a 2-day workshop for civil society organizations on addressing illicit financial flows in the country. According to the stakeholders, corruption, money laundering, procurement fraud, tax evasion, profit shifting, and other illicit financial practices continue to deprive the country of resources needed to improve citizens' welfare. Executive Director of NARD, David Ugolo, said the consequences extend beyond financial losses, weakening public institutions, eroding public trust in government, widening inequality, fueling insecurity, and slowly Nigeria's progress towards achieving the sustainable development goals. While still in the news, a Nigerian artist, Fawari Falana, popularly known as Falz, has said he has never shown support for the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC) presidential candidate Peter Obi or any politician. Falz encouraged Nigerians, particularly the youth, to get involved in upcoming general elections, for it's one major way to strengthen the country's democracy. Outside Nigeria, where France's parliament has approved a law to ban social media for under 15 from January 2027, making it the first European country to block young people from the platforms. The law will mean everyone in France must verify their age to access social media, and comes as the UK and EU are developing their own limits in response to concerns for children's mental health. French President Emmanuel Macron has welcomed the move, which he had pledged to introduce to mark the end of his decade in office. While critics have questioned the law viability, the government has insisted that online tools to put the age checks in place are effective and safe. Both the French Senate and National Assembly adopted the ban on Tuesday, despite criticism from some on the left. In January 2027, the rule will apply to all existing accounts, meaning everyone in France will have to prove they are over 15 to use social media. And in sport, Chelsea have completed the signing of England midfielder Morgan Rogers from Aston Villa for a British record transfer fee of £117 million. Rogers has put pen to paper on a contract running until 2033, and an interest from Arsenal and several other Premier League clubs. He registered 40 goal contributions in 85 league appearances for Unai Emery's side, helping Villa secure a top 4 finish before playing a key role in last season's Europa League triumph. The deal would set a new transfer record for an English player with a £116 million fee. Manchester City agreed with Nottingham Forest for another 3 Lions midfielder, Elliot Anderson, earlier this summer. Rogers becomes the most expensive signing in Chelsea's history, surpassing the £107 million spent on Argentina midfielder Enes Fernandez in 2023. And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally, and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness. The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Yeah.
helicopter, please come back. On the other side, we have the Mountain Boys. The Mountain Boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do with the second floor. Always.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, and I am Wilson Omasha. Well, today is all about Russia and, of course, Ukraine war. Remember, the war has been ongoing for over 3 years now, counting, and it seems that the war has refused to obey, so to speak, the method being adopted by great minds, great countries, even Donald Trump. Yet conflict resolution seems to be ineffective. The Middle East area bombardment, the latest right now is that Russia is attacking vessels on the Black Sea. Yes, but I heard about some persons also being killed in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. It's like Russia has gone all out. And Zelensky also is trying to get some points in favor of their cause. Maybe 1 or 2 bombardments in some vital areas of Russia. But I'm talking, this war has been spiraling for over 3 years and counting. Doesn't mean that it's going to be a war without an end in sight. All diplomatic skills, method applied to resolve this conflict seems to be just no, negative, not even happening to douse the tension between Russia and Ukraine? Or is it because of the Iran-US war, Israel-Gaza war, or some other interests surrounding a very particular imbroglio between these two great nations? The one is greater, Russia and Ukraine. What in the world is really happening? Well, my guests, they'll be joining me virtually. Both of them, they are from the U.S. I'd like to start my introduction by introducing Ahmed Mamadou, a political analyst, political affairs commentator, joining me virtually all the way from the U.S. Ahmed, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wilson, and good afternoon to the audience. Thank you for inviting me on this show, Wilson.
Thank you so much for making our time to join us this afternoon. And of course, if Honorable here, okay, is there even Honorable? Thank you so much for making our time to join us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wilson, and good afternoon, viewers.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, right now we will go for a very short break. When we return, we'll put this show on the road. Welcome aboard the International Forum. I am Wilson Omasho. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We are zooming in on what is happening right now between Russia and, of course, Ukraine. I've introduced my guests already. Quickly, let's move straight down to where Ahmed is, like, standing by. Ahmed, I know you can hear me loud and clear. What do you think is behind, the sustenance, so to speak, right now, in quote, of the war between Russia and Ukraine? It seems to have failed all diplomatic means of resolving this conflict. You made it clear. Forget about the land conquered. Disband your army. Don't join the EU. Then there'll be peace. But it's like Zelensky is saying, no, every ounce of land gotten by Russia, even Crimea, must be recovered before we say total glory to Ukraine. Take it up there.
Again, thank you, Wilson, for inviting me on the show, and greetings to viewers again. So what is happening, what we are seeing play out is essentially the national ego of both countries to not back down. I think Russia initially miscalculated, as everyone knows, that this was going to be an easy war and they would quickly overrun the territories of Ukraine and then reclaim them, as it were, to their former glory. That has always been the ambition of Putin. And he had said that many times, that he wanted to unify Russia, whatever that means. That's all of the independent countries that broke away from the original USSR were somehow going to be brought back under the control of Russia in one manner or form. And then we saw how Ukraine, in a bid to kind of prevent that from happening and allowing Russia to overrun them in any way, they decided that we're going to join the NATO countries and kind of rely on that alliance for their defense. And then that didn't work as they planned. And so it's gradually escalated to the point where we are now simply at the nationalistic ego, where Ukraine is saying it doesn't matter what it costs, how many lives are going to be taken, Russia is not going to reclaim the territory. And Russia is saying the same thing, that they will reclaim that territory because it originally belonged to them, no matter what happens. So we are simply at the point of nationalistic ego, and then the ego of the leaders of both countries trying to assert themselves and make sure they don't back down.
I will definitely come back to you, Ahmed. Let's get to hear from Honorable Ehi Egariba. Do you share his views when you talk about ego clash between two nations, President Putin and, of course, President Vladimir Zelensky?
I think, thank you for having me, Wilson. I think primarily the reason why this war started was Vladimir Putin's desire to prevent Ukraine from aligning with NATO or the West, and of course, like my co-discussant said, to reassert control over former Soviet territories, which nobody really knows how he's going to accomplish that. However, the root of this present conflict can be traced back to 2014 or so, when it was, after the widespread protests in Ukraine, which led to the removal of Viktor Yanukovych. He was a pro-Russian president of Ukraine at the time, and after he left, he was the protest, which also came as a result of Ukrainians being upset with him for declining to have closer ties with the EU, the European Union. And so Russia at that point felt vulnerable if the president who was pro-Russian has been removed, and we have now a president who is more pro-West and who was insisting that he wanted to be a part of NATO. And Russia felt like they could go in militarily, in the words of Vladimir Putin, to just carry out a special military operation, which in his opinion or assessment was supposed to last for a couple of days, perhaps a couple of weeks. But unfortunately, this has been on for over 5 years now. So it's clearly has stretched the Russians. Ukraine has taken a lot of battering, so it's had an immense impact on both of their countries and, of course, on the global economy. And the war is going on because for a minute, the USA has taken its eyes off Ukraine to focus more on Iran. And therefore, Russia in these last weeks or months is hoping to see if they can bring a conclusion. But of course, it's just not possible because Ukraine has devised other means, which includes attacking Russia's critical infrastructures in a tit-for-tat situation, as Russia is also throwing drones at them, and they also retaliate with their kamikaze drones, which are having serious impact on Russian military and oil infrastructure so far. So for now, yet of course does not seem to be an end in sight to this conflict. And though the EU are doing their best to supply Ukraine with missiles and other weaponry, but of course, what they really need, the batteries, the air defense system from the United States, which they need now to protect their military assets in US bases across the world and protect other allies in the Middle East against missiles being thrown at them by Iran. So there's a shortfall in Ukraine, and so they are taking a lot of battering at the moment, though they are able to counter on their own with their kamikaze drones, which are now reaching as much as 40 kilometers or more into Russian territory, getting easily into Moscow, and this creating a lot of tension in Russia as well. So that is the situation at the moment, more like a logjam and tit-for-tat situation.
More like a logjam and, of course, a tit-for-tat situation. Now, let me go to Ahmed. If you take a look at what is really going on in the theater of war between Russia and Ukraine, it's like, as it stands right now, the Ukrainians are getting more and more wary about this. But remember the probe that was made, and of course, some top officials in the Ukrainian military, they were found wanting, and some were even sacked, while others have been asked to leave. And it led to kind of a wide protest in Ukraine. Do you feel that the bombardment and battering of Ukraine by Russia is beginning to take its toll on the government and its people? When you talk about measuring the impact at the beginning of the war, the onset, and what is going on even right now in Ukraine?
Certainly, there is no conflict of any sort, either kinetic or even political conflict, that is not going to take a toll on the political leadership of any country. And what we are seeing is simply in a crisis situation, people who were put in positions of authority and some kind of trust have abused that trust to the extent that the leadership, the political leadership, decided that it was better to get rid of them. in spite of the fact that it is very unconventional for military leadership to be replaced during a conflict like this. You may move them around, try and adjust and balance their skills that you are trying and the strategy you are trying to implement. But to actually outrightly remove them means that there was unavoidable, and it might have led to a situation where there might have even been loss of morale, or the fighting forces might become a little bit ineffective because of the things that they had seen. So we have to understand that it must have been unavoidable for the political leadership to remove or to try and replace the military leadership at this time. However, going on 5 years of conflicts and plus at this point in time, there is definitely going to be a lot of disconnect within the military, the politicians, and of course the larger populace. The politicians and the military, of course, want to see this conflict come to an end as quickly as possible, so that their people too can go back to a life that is normal. But in the event that that is not possible, they need to make the best use of the scarce resources that the country has, to kind of divide between living a normal life and still pursuing a military offensive against Russia. You've seen where, as recently as not too long ago, the IMF had to release some money to them to kind of shore up their finances. This will tell you that Ukraine is also struggling financially. Internally, there's also a lack of funds, and then they need to kind of balance the pursuit of the war, the management of the war, as well as the needs of the local populace, which is going to be very difficult under normal circumstances. Now, we are talking of a war that has extended so much that it has depleted not just their financial, economic, and even personnel capital, as well as other the trust that they've had in the system has also been depleted. So that it is breaking up a little bit, that it is fracturing. In fact, to be honest with you, I think it has been a long time coming, because this has been an extended war that nobody saw would last this long, and it's to be expected that there will be some kind of internal conflict within the leadership.
Mahmoud Mohamed, now let me get to ask you this question, Honorable Ehi Egariba. Some are accusing the leadership of Ukraine of corruption, even the military, and that isn't going down too well with Zelensky. How do you think this will impact the war, or the outcome of the war?
Well, this accusation was first put out there by U.S. officials who said they have intelligence to the extent that some of the military aids that were being sent to Ukraine were being misappropriated, and I think Zelensky is also not taking this lightly, because at the end of the day, the buck stops at his desk, and he's aware that if he will let this go unabated, it will have adverse effects on the Ukrainian defenses against the Russian attacks. So what he's done is to go straight for the head. He's taking out the defense minister. He's only 35 years old, Fedorov, and he seems to be a very popular person, and this has led to wide protests in Ukraine, because it seems a certain segment of the population kind of like him, regardless of what he's been accused of. Not that he's been directly accused of corruption, but President Zelensky feels like he needs to take responsibility. He needs to take responsibility for, there's corruption in the military. The first person that must go is the head of the military, and Zelensky has chosen to keep faith with a 60-year-old Soviet-trained general Ulesaks, and the people prefer the younger man who was only 35 years old. Given the type of warfare that they have entered into now, they've gone into warfare of not, let me try to explain the strategy that the Ukraine has changed from. They recognize that going soldier to soldier, tank to tank with the Russians, there's no way they're going to emerge victorious in this conflict, because the Russians have more military resources than Ukraine. They have more military personnel. So what they've decided to do is to go into mass production of these kamikaze drones. Say lately during the Iranian war, countries in the Middle East like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have had to consult with President Zelensky on how to mass produce this drone. So Ukraine has mastered that art, and this was done by the young, the 35-year-old Chief of Army Staff. And so they are fighting more of a digital war now, and they believe that the president should have kept faith with the younger Chief of Defense Staff instead of a 60-year-old man who they believe is more knowledgeable in conventional warfare as against the technological warfare of today, which is helping Ukraine defend its territory and make incursions into Russian territory, which is helping them. You know, the Russians are having to remove some of their resources from Ukrainian territories they hitherto seized to go and defend mainland Russia and their own territory, their homeland, instead of making progress in Ukraine. So they believe that this could change the whole dynamics of the war, because this man is 60 years old. They believe and he's Russian trained, so it's pretty much going to be fighting like the Russians. And they needed some kind of innovation, and the innovation was bringing results. And they thought that the president should have kept faith with the Minister of Defense. But the president is saying at the end of the day, no matter what we're achieving on the battlefield, somebody's got to take responsibility for the widespread corruption in the military. And if anyone head must roll, it must be the very head of the military. Unfortunately, the victim became the 35-year-old Minister of Defense. So that's where they are at the moment. So it remains for Zelensky to convince the Ukrainian population that the 60-year-old man he's kept faith with will be able to deliver as much as the younger general, if not better.
You've heard what Garba talked about, the younger general. I don't think that this is a case of a house divided against itself. Mamadou, over to you. Now, if a house is divided against itself, can the house stand? Don't you follow that they are getting serious beating and bashing from Russia?
So initially, nobody even expected this conflict to last as long as it has lasted. So there's that on the side. And then in a conflict situation, it's impossible to actually determine what the long-term outcome is going to be. Ukraine has, in spite of everything to the contrary that all the experts thought, that a superpower like Russia would invade Ukraine, and in a matter of weeks, the country will fall. But that has not happened. So there's the evolution of this war. When it started, it was simply a kinetic war where both sides were throwing conventional weapons at each other, trying to gain ground. The Russian military was advancing. They will come on Ukraine territory, steal some of it, and the Ukrainians will push them back, and so on and so forth. But over time, it has devolved from a man-to-man kind of conflict, like my co-discussant was pointing out, to more or less digital warfare, where it is taking place from points that are far away from the center. So it has turned out that the Ukrainians have even not only shown that the Russians are incapable of taking over Ukraine, but they are also capable of making Russia pay the price of war by attacking their own critical infrastructure, their own oil installations, and some of their cities deep in the heart of Russia, which has surprised a lot of people. So the continuous back and forth, the evolution of the war, and then the skills that are being displayed, like it was pointed out just a minute ago. Not only has Ukraine become a powerhouse in this war, it has now developed its own drone and technological warfare to the point where even the US was asking for its aid in trying to fight Iran using that drone technology. So these are things that surprise not just people that are onlookers, but I think the Russians themselves were surprised at the devolution of the power balance and how the Ukrainians have been able to come together and fight the monster and fight the aggression against their territorial integrity. So a lot of this is still ongoing, and it's difficult to actually predict which way it is going to end, one way or the other. We've seen even the world powers, the United Nations is completely almost powerless to do anything to stop this war. So it is left for the dramatis personae to keep on evolving, to keep on trying to change the dynamics of conventional warfare, and to keep on finding ways to draw the aggressor to a stalemate. And I think the Ukrainians are doing a fantastic job in that regard.
Right, Ibrahim, now let's take a look at Russia's response on the Ibrahim. It is covered that some Russian infrastructure were hit by the Ukrainian forces via the kamikaze drone. They were the ones also on the Black Sea. Then we got some mention some important infrastructure in the heart of Russia. So you got close to Moscow, if not a billion or two in Moscow. Do you feel that this may just turn the hearts of Russian citizens against its president, Putin?
Well, yes, there's a possibility of that happening, and we already see the Russian authorities. There's been reports of increased security around President Putin, because they fear for his life, they fear for someone doing an inside job and trying to end this conflict, because apparently the Ukrainians are tilting the balance in a very tactical way. You know, if you look at what they've started doing now, they now have the capacity. They got some kind of support from the EU, about $1.4 billion aid just for the production of drones. And for the first time, typically drones cost sometimes up to $200,000 to $300,000 to produce one. But the Ukraine have somehow found a way to produce drones for between $300 to $400 per drone, very cheaply, and they now have the capacity to manufacture as many as 1,000 drones in a day, and they can manufacture as many as 10 million drones or so in a year. And they say they are planning to increase that capacity to 20 million drones in a year, which means presently about 87% of the Russian drones that are coming at Ukraine are being intercepted and destroyed before they get to their targets. On the contrary, Ukraine has done what no other military power has done thus far. They now have drones that can travel as far as 1,000 kilometers, which means they can cover all of Russia, especially the capital Moscow. So then Ukraine discovered another strategy which they've been using in the last 1 month, up till yesterday. They realized that to win this war or to render Russia less effective would mean to take out their capacity to send fuel to their combat troops in terms of motorized vehicles, how to move infrastructures around. So they are hitting a lot of Russian military depots where they store these things, and they are also hitting their refineries where they primarily refine petroleum products for use for their military, especially in the battlefield. So they've taken out about 6 of their major military refineries in the last couple of weeks. And this is having serious impact on the Russian capacity to send fuel to the war front. And if your soldiers don't have fuel, in today's warfare means they cannot make advances, means in the winter they cannot stay heated, means they cannot fire a lot of drones. So Ukraine is taking the battlefield, and that's causing a lot of tension in Moscow, because now they have to start hearing sirens of impending attacks and running for cover. This creates tension, and this is not good for business, and this can easily destroy an already fragile Russian economy. So the Russians, the reaction of the Russians is that you just told us you were going in there for a military operation, and now this is a war lasting many years. And did we really ask for this? The question is no, they did not. So they are not with with Putin. They are not supporting, their support for the war is lessening every day. And this is putting the very tight spot. It's threatening.
Okay, we want to go for a break. When we return, we'll continue this discussion. This time I will dive into the impact of Donald Trump on this. Remember, he made a promise saying, I want to become the president, or once, but he becomes the president. Russia-Ukraine will be a thing of the past. What is really going on right now? We'll be right back after this break. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We're taking a look at the Russia-Ukraine war. And we're asking this question: how come all the methods for conflict resolution is ineffective, or has been ineffective since the onset of this war? We're talking about the impact on Ukraine and, of course, the impact on Russia. Now, I want to dive into external factors vis-a-vis President Donald Trump. He made a promise that once he becomes the United States of America president, the war between Russia and Ukraine will be a thing of the past. Yes, he did his best. He tried to intervene, but it's like somehow along the line, those tactics he employed isn't working. It isn't effective. Well, Mama, what do you feel about all these? The external factors. Let's start off with the U.S. President Donald Trump that made the world a promise that once he becomes the president, the war between Russia and Ukraine will become a thing of the past.
Well, unfortunately, Donald Trump too is part of the problem with the Russia-Ukraine war, because in his first term, he had requested that the President Zelensky provide some information that he wanted to use as political capital against his competitor at that time, the later who became the U.S. president. And so when the Ukrainian authorities were unable to provide what he wanted, he sort of turned against them, fully in favor of Russia, in favor of Ukraine up to this point. There's also some kind of speculation, rife speculation, that not only is he elected, but he's somehow compromised by the Russian establishment to the extent that he's pursuing their own interests to the detriment of not just Ukraine, but also the United States, because essentially the European Union and the United States has always been a strong ally of any country that seems to be in a fight for survival against any aggressor, no matter who the aggressor is. But in this case, the United States has been very opaque in handling issues relating to Ukraine. Everybody, the whole world saw what happened when Zelensky was invited to the White House and was practically given a tongue lashing by not just the US president, but by also the vice president. In a situation where the US was supposed to have seen as an ally, it was seen as almost complicit in the adversarial tendencies of the Ukrainian administration at the time. So it has been opaque, it has been difficult. The US, instead of standing firm and making clear that it will not in any way condone or accept the aggression against Ukraine, has also been somehow lukewarm in the response, almost encouraging of the Russian position. Because even when they came to some summits, it was the Russian talking points that the United States government was adopting against Zelensky, to the surprise of practically everybody else, that the Russian talking point what Trump was passing. So that gap, the European Union has had to step in. There's also the gap by the United Nations and so on and so forth. But as far as the United States, Russia, Ukraine is concerned, it has been very opaque, very disturbing that the position of the US is not clear, and it's a very serious cause for concern.
Honorable Ehi, you heard him. He said the position of the U.S. is not firm, and it's causing for a very serious source of concern. Remember that when Trump became the president, he told the world, even Putin and Zelensky, that there must be peace between both brothers, so to speak, Russia being the bigger brother, and of course Ukraine also. But right now it seems to be happening. And for what Mahmoud said, he said Trump is part of the problem because according to him, he's somehow taking sides with Russia. What do you feel about this comment?
Well, I remember vividly President Trump had said, that he was going to end the war within 24 hours of his inauguration as president for the second time. However, he also said months after that, obviously that was an exaggeration because he knew that the logistics to even bring the two leaders to come to table, the negotiations, all of that couldn't be done in 24 hours. But what I think probably prompted him to make a promise of that magnitude is the fact that President Trump enjoys a cordial relationship with President Putin, one of mutual respect, and that caused him also to invite Putin to cross into the United States when they had a meeting in Alaska over this Ukrainian crisis. And he also thought too that the overdependency prior to his inauguration of Ukraine on United States resources for its sustenance in the war was going to cause Ukraine to pander to the U.S. Such that he could, as a matter of fact, order President Zelensky to stop the war, and he would, without hesitation, stop on the terms of the United States. But all of these calculations, at the end of the day, did not hold as he had expected. Putin, yes, did come for that summit. They had that talk, in Alaska. But however, Putin was not ready to give much. He was very firm as to what he wanted. He wanted to keep all the territories that he felt they had conquered in the war. And Ukraine, on the other hand, maybe did not disclose at that time that they had made a serious advancement in the production of the production of the missiles, which they were going to use as a counter against Russia, because only months after that meeting, and all of these missiles are all over the place, and now they are able to effectively, go into Russian territories all the way to Moscow and cause serious military damage. So I think President Trump, yes, wanted peace. That was what caused him to say in 24 hours, because as a matter of fact, to even stop the drain on U.S. resources towards the war must have also been an added motivation. Because don't forget, in the early months of President Trump's government, it was all about how to cut the costs in governance. And so he thought putting an end to the war would free up a lot more resources that could be used for development back home. And Ukraine were fighting for their lives. Their territorial integrity has been breached by Russia. And so they decided they were going to fight to the last man. Though they want peace, but they want to negotiate on a strong footing, and that is where we currently are. Yes, and then the United States, of course, has been distracted with what happened, which was unexpected, that people, the militants from Gaza, will move into Israel for that and go and massacre those innocent children, which changed the whole dynamics and it has shifted global attention in that direction. The wars between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, which the U.S. was supporting. He raided President Trump's government. He came in to meet that situation. And of course, the Iranians, on the other hand, joining forces with a lot of their troops, the Houthis on the one hand. And so he met a different Middle East, from the one that he had hoped for, and which took his attention because obviously in terms of strategic balancing, if you are looking at which territory probably should the United States considered first in terms of priorities, it's got to be the Middle East, because when things happen in the Middle East, change global oil prices, and that can easily bring global inflation. So they moved in that direction to see what could be done in the Iranian situation. And of course, the United States will always protect Israel against external aggressors in the Middle East. And so the United States is busy at the moment in Iran. And so President Trump, if the United States is busy in Iran, means President Trump's attention is more toward Iran, to the detriment of the Russian-Ukraine crisis. But I would not agree that President Trump actually caused the war, but I just think it was Russia who didn't want NATO in their backyard, Russia's underestimating Ukraine, they just thought they could run them over, and it didn't happen as they planned also. That's why we are all in this situation. And unfortunately, it looks like there's no end in sight. The Iranian situation is there. It's still an active war zone. And so is Ukraine-Russia is an active war zone. So I don't know, the EU are somehow, they are coming in more closely with increasing their financing of the war, providing Ukraine with technological backups, to help them, maybe get their military intelligence, on areas to attack in Russia and to help their defenses. But so far, I think it's been a huge indictment on the United Nations, because I've not really seen or heard any strong voice from the United Nations regarding these two active war situations. I don't know if there's still a United Nations that is strong enough to prevent or intervene in war-like situations like this. It just seems they are comatose, they are quiet, maybe not respected as they used to be. It just seems the United Nations is quiet. They've gone dumb, maybe deaf to what's going on. So apart from making one or two comments every now and then. So I think that is where we are. It's an unfortunate situation. But again, it's been a beautiful one. Just 2 days ago, I overheard, I listened to Aliko Dangote said one of the reasons that he has moved into production of fertilizers was because of the war in Ukraine. When he saw African leaders have had to go to Russia to go and beg them such that he can avoid striking plants, ammonia, the fertilizer production plants in Ukraine, so that Africa will not suffer for it from production or supplies are coming from them. So he went in that. So we've got one from that, and from Iran, Dangote's gotten one for his refinery. So
okay, I will definitely come back to on the high side for Nigeria, but all the same, let me go to Ahmed Mamadou. Well, you've heard, Honorable Ayariba, there seems to be a disconnect between Donald Trump and the war between Russia and Ukraine due to the fact that America is deeply involved in Israel-Hamas war, and right now Israel-Iran war and all that. Is that really a factor impeding Donald Trump from coming out fully to really resolve this issue?
I want to politely disagree with my co-discussant that Donald Trump is able to focus on anything for an extended period of time. Because if he had been focused, he might not have been able to draw the war to an end in 24 hours. But definitely within a month or two, he could have done something definite that would have seen almost a cessation of hostilities in that regard. Because not only, like he rightly pointed out, is Ukraine dependent on the US, but also Russia is also dependent on the US giving Ukraine the ability to defend itself and also to attack the motherland. If that had happened, it would have fundamentally shifted the balance of power. In the twilight of his administration, in the twilight of his government, the Biden administration had almost come to the point where it was going to start giving Ukraine access to weapons that would have taken the war in a different direction. The problem has always been when you supply certain armaments to a foreign country, it draws you in as a partner to that war. The US has always been reluctant to be a full partner, but supplying some category of weapons and then allowing others to slide. But it had come to the point where the Biden administration had decided they were even going to supply them with aerial weapons, aircraft that would have allowed the Ukrainian administration to defend itself more properly. It was going to train pilots and it was going to deploy them so that the aggression by the Russians would be brought to a minimum. Trump changed that whole scenario, and he did that where people argue that what he has done is more in favor of the Russians than the Ukrainians. This has never happened before. This was a surprise to everybody, to the point where the European Union had to take measures, what they call now Trump-proofing their own response to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. What did they do? They went ahead and now started setting up not just monetary compensation, but also tactical, military, and other measures and strategies to assist the Ukrainian government. They've come into a partnership where they are supplying almost 70 billion, in excess of 70 billion euros, to assist the Ukrainian government financially and militarily. They've also come into a strategic alliance where the Ukrainian government is allowed to produce and store their drones outside of Ukrainian territory, which now limits the impact of Russian strikes in Ukrainian territory. So where they are able to manufacture and store their drones outside of Ukraine, it allows them to have a stockpile that they can depend on, that the Russians cannot target. Now, put that aside, you now have where there's a direct industrial partnership, defense industrial partnership. So the European Union has provided Ukraine with as much intelligence, because not only did the US withdraw financially, they also withdrew the intelligence. So the Ukrainians were depending on American intelligence to strike and to prevent strikes in Russia. But when Trump came into power, that's why I said it was part of the problem. The United States withdrew their intelligence their intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. And that void has been filled by the European Union. They are trying to kind of show up the intelligence sharing, intelligence gathering on behalf of Ukraine. So there's a lot that is going on. And then to understand some of this, beyond just the friendliness of the two parties, Trump has always had a certain kind of sympathy, let's call it for want of a better word, sympathy for strong men, strong dictators. He's friendly. He claims to be friendly with the dictator in North Korea. He likes people. He says he likes governments that the military do anything the president says. So there's a lot that is going on there in the background. But the United Nations has had to step in. The European Union has had to step into the void that has been created by a lack of leadership by the United States. And then if you go into the United Nations, that is a whole different problem entirely. We have 5 members, 2 of which are China and Russia. So whatever it is that the other people try and put against Russian aggression to Ukraine, they will veto it immediately. That has rendered the United Nations comatose. But I still insist that America has a stronger role to play. If it was more definitive, it was more determined, I do believe that President Trump can bring that war to an end, not in 24 hours, but certainly within a reasonable period of time.
Well, if you get to take a look at what is happening right now in Iran, Henri, do you feel that Russia might just follow that particular dimension or pattern of throwing bombs at where Ukraine are there storing their drones outside of Ukraine? That question is for Honorable Ayega, knowing fully well that right now Ukraine are manufacturing drones, but are no longer storing it in Ukraine. Do you see them going ballistic, like Iranians targeting other Gulf countries where you have American embassy, this time around trying to fish out where Ukraine is storing their kamikaze drones after production?
Well, I don't think they have that intelligence at the moment. If they did, they probably would have made it a priority for them to attack where those drones are being produced. You know, I'd like to just show, talk about a little bit about what my co-discussor, said. You know, President Putin, yes, and Donald Trump, they do share some kind of relationship. But however, Putin, for me, has been very egocentric in terms of this war because he had seen Ukraine as a lesser partner. He just thought he could go out there and take out Zelensky and probably put in another person there or annex some part of Ukraine. He thought it was going to be as easy as what happened with Crimea. Unfortunately, he met with a brick wall. And when Donald Trump came in, he wasn't happy at the lopsidedness of the contributions that were being made by other NATO members in relation to the United States. And he went to say, look, if Russia takes Ukraine, it's more to the disadvantage of the European partners in NATO than the United States. The United States is far away from Ukraine, while Russia will just be at your doorsteps. But I'm surprised that you people are a bit lukewarm and you are very miserly in your contributions towards Ukraine. So that was what occasioned to pull some of those resources away from there so that European Union could step up. And eventually, the European Union members of NATO have now stepped up, to take, cover all of those places. But in terms of intelligence gathering, the whole world still knows that war reconnaissance, United States still remains the best at gathering this critical information that is needed for warfare in terms of military positioning, hardware positioning, military hardware transportation routes, and all of those things. So you need those things to be. There were times when the U.S. was involved, almost on a monthly basis, a top Russian general was being taken out of the war, because the U.S. was providing intelligence. But again, there were red lines. Don't forget, the United States and Russia are both nuclear-powered countries. So there are always red lines. And so when the U.S. was being cautious not to give everything to Ukraine, because if you are giving so much to Ukraine at the time, giving a long-range missiles, what the Biden administration did and what President Trump continued was to give them medium-range missiles to enable them defend their territories, but not long-range that could cause them to attack mainland Russia.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Our time is up. It's completely up. I'm getting strong signals from a presidential director that we should call it a wrap even right now. Well, Ahmed Modu, I really appreciate you for spending time with us. And of course, Honorable Hiyegariba, thank you so much for spending time with us. I appreciate both of you. I know you really need some more time to really expatiate on this particular discussion, but I'm afraid that we have to draw curtains even right now. Thank you so much for your wonderful analysis. We'll definitely do this again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
I
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Adaye aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agimag bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Ule magwa kanene na. Okiya gboso we amamufwa aimerie. Uma dole niyi yaki umi enoro o adweki una rigo so la ni adweki eri omi lopolo amamufwa aimerie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede aito kawo wa no pa ne aito kawe emanirewo aito kawe nigi aito kawo ba aito kawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebori wa ya kwe isu imina tabi bota eniki o de defie o so ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yanu awe yana we no ko ko re do we no ba we yana we no de wo yi ibota ma na hin ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba ko wa o no mario iworati imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinye me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa eno adari ho be ni ya ye amamufwa maye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda manu ya gwa amamufwa ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa eyo be no nwe na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufwa amiri e ni agun egbon ye na utana ore la otana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato iku ewo alauda ma ya kan mi say ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ata me do ni ro wa kebi ni si when I free we re gare dagbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi ne we e go gi ma e go no gbera ne e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege ma ria oba ato iku ewo
ise ore la otana ile paso kabari hunamure
iwe donowo me wa bebe ne kai wa bidan yo ofun gbo sa gba go yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua amiri emina ya ka no we ndolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa ma no ri ba no wa eba nu ri ne jawe mata wa ma no gbugbo ugbo ngbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se jona na ma fo amege all de kan o to se webo ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufo ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladyan ya wi ko se osegeni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo boyen kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wa ni ya win na he wo se ti win na he wo tuwe ha se ti win na he o ha no re aro ene eni bon na no ma mu fa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no aseti arioba yete mo ina le lo ogba na ya aye mi gbo ya woto boy mo gba yo wa woto boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ọgbà múyòwá èyí àgbọn ìyá àgbọn yìí rí àṣẹ èrè orí ni èyàn sẹ ọsàbà ní ẹgbẹ àgbọn lọ́wọ́ máa yìí amamufu amiri ọtẹrẹ ibi ìsùgbé amamufu amiri yẹgun ayọ ìyí ló ka ní búnẹwọ ekene kenakana.
Ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀dọ́nẹ́wùwà wàyáwẹ́ sí wàmágẹ́lẹ́múfọ́ àmìrí ní o ìkọ́bọ̀ wẹ́ wì ní mú pèsè fòá ní amamufu amamiri náà ẹ̀rì náà yà ẹ̀ka amamufu amiri ọmọ àná márùn èmi èsì ẹ̀gẹ́kẹ̀ ní èsì wò dáwọ̀ wẹ́ẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn èmi èsì yóò tọ̀ wẹ́ẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn ẹwẹ́ èmi èsì ọ̀ká fi sùúrù dáadáa gbowẹ́ omi obi yẹ oge ìfàwọ̀ dẹ àmì ẹgbẹ́dẹ wẹ́ẹ̀mẹ̀ kára ọ̀nàbẹ̀ àmì ẹ̀rọ bà náà yà gùn ẹ̀ ọ̀nàmọ̀ pánẹ èmi èsì wẹ̀wù nẹ́ni ọ̀rí ẹ̀gbọ́ ẹ̀ o ọmọ yìí mú gbọ́ ẹ̀ o òsàgbà dẹ̀rọ̀ nínú ẹ̀ èmi ọ̀ká sùúrù dàgbẹ̀ wá pẹ̀ ọ̀dí gbà n'oge ìfà dé yàrá mi ẹ̀wẹ́ ọmọ sọ̀rọ̀ àrẹ mọ́tò ẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀nà láì mọ́tò ẹ̀rẹ̀ yí mọ́tò ẹ̀gbọ́ ọ̀láì mọ́tò ẹ̀gbọ́ ara òyí ní àdó ìwòrì ìnẹ̀bẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ yà rí park ọmọ yẹn ní èyí fẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ hẹ́ àṣà ọmọ mi wọ́n yìí ìwọ náà ìkẹ̀ òbúwẹ̀ ọgbà ọ̀gẹ̀ ni wọn náà hà í ní iná òwẹ̀ mú fùwá ni so pọ́n ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrè pé ọtí gbà sọ́ni mẹ́yẹ́rẹ́ ìkayọ̀ wẹ̀wẹ̀ àwẹ̀ igi èrè ìlànà àdìyàwó pò pé Lagos road náà ìwé ìjẹ́kọ̀ àlàmọ́tò ibi ẹ̀kadì kẹsìkú di yàn sí èèhàn yàn rúgbú mọ́tò ní iná kàmú pàrọ̀ ó dáa ìdáwẹ̀ ìpàgbé ìyàmọ̀ yẹ kọ́ àwẹ̀ ọ̀nà gẹ̀dẹ̀ ìpàgbé ìnáwó ẹ̀tútà ìpégbèmí àyè mú mẹ́sẹ̀ kiri hẹ́n àtúrí iná wọ̀nyà ni wàá yẹ skul ìwà ni bó ti ẹ̀yìn hasan wàyà ní wàá ní ìwé náà ní driver àwọn pa all of it àwọn ẹ̀yọ̀ money make $20 wey I wan give you as change I no get it iná wọ this change ní ẹ̀rí iná tó tàkìrẹ̀ wò dáhùn iná wọ ìyá ni.
ọ̀nì ẹ̀ náà ìlú tí a yẹ fún àwọn
ìwé yìí wọ́n ní àti imú ìnà mọ́ ni ìwé yóò bọ́ ni ìràtàmọ̀wẹ́ ọ̀rí pẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ va iná pa iná arí ògidà iná là mọ́tò ọ̀wọ́n apẹ́nà arúgbó mọ́tò ni màá rí ìgbéra kẹ́nà tiẹ̀ ògidà junction ìbọ̀ iná wa tòlé mọ́tò ọwọ́ òpìá ìpè ìhàní ní yèké ni ọlọ́wà ní gómìnà ọwọ́ ìhà sá ní àyà ọwọ́ ìdíṣẹ́ ìwọ̀ kárẹ́gò ọlọ́wà pàlọ́ pàtàkì iye iná ni mẹ́wàá òun náà ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà ọmọ kọ rẹ hadi mẹbi bẹẹ na
oh my god
ọbẹ rẹ amamu fún mi ẹyí yá mi yìí mi àmì ẹdẹ ni ẹ wà á gẹ kẹkẹ yìí ọwọ rẹ hata ni mẹni mẹrẹ hàn ọmọ anẹ ẹdìá àmọ anẹ wà hadi mẹrẹ ẹ náà wẹsọ fún dọni kékeré máa yé ná máa mi ẹ àbí òṣèlú ẹwọ ni màá gbà agbóná yìí náà ọmọ àpárẹ ọ̀nà mọ ẹ agbóná rí wa ọmọ apárẹ yà sí wa ọwọ zuwọ ọ̀ọ́rù wẹ́tà àgbọn yóò wá àmú àgbọn yóò wá yìí kò ní wẹ̀ kúkú yẹn náà oge báyà rí o yá dèwé àkọ́kọ́ yọ wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ni dè é bùkẹ́bùkẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀nu wàá dùn ara yìí ọ̀ sọ̀nà òbọ̀ ma sáré bọ̀ náà fíìmù ya bò yẹ fíìmù ya mú fúwa ìmàmí kìnnà mi nà màá wẹ̀ rí gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ àmú fúwa àmà mú fúwa gẹ́lẹ́ ní ẹ̀rí ọ̀wọ́n ní ewé èmi èsì dàmà èmi èsì ní sùnú dàyà ìnáwó àmà mú fúwa àbẹ́rẹ́ ni màá gbọ́n náà wẹ́ ekele nanawo anabi sọlọpọlọ de bàmà máa rẹ dèrí yèké sọlọpọlọ fi àgbé mọ ọba àtọpẹ.
ìṣe ẹniwa yayi wa adaye na amufo amamiẹ amamufu amiẹri ọtẹnẹ pastor kabari amamufu amiẹri ìyẹn wẹ bẹnu bẹ eyari bible ẹyẹ yẹ yàtọ̀ amamufu amiẹri ìmáwó nu ẹrù tọrẹ dọba ẹ ìbò tàmáyé náà.
Ibe dono pe o zemi na de sin o deni mi ala ge untana amamu family ya gwe ibo ewugun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo amamu family na emi no ada gbi biere we gere akia what so egbe so kun mege na yasini ge mu akia osaloba gi maya iye webo e po na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun ku yo e oti mane Jonathan o carry oba we Nigeria ya wa election e bona te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani owe esagie owo omakoma ose adani yegi amude sagi anu pa no to yoto nu daye o ni e ota ona mosi ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbeyo awa na ya mi adani e bona iwa ligi na ya mi de otie moto ni no dodo de reservoir na aba mi we magi obira ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na erio wege grenori agberi agbe amamufua anierie erio wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e o yu yo e o eko no amani o mo ni wuyo eko o kan be yu ke ewebo amamufua anierie mami o wana wesi ni ni ona mi we mi no eko no say e o sa do ya enu eba gwa kan e bi no wan eba no kan me opopa na la ate Jefta be no wan ka tai era na te Gilead oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejokun yo ga omodin ne Jefta ne Gilead ya so abi omo so pa ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele omo ni Jefta na bora ado bora ade do ba mo bi ni e bi e yo wa ọdún ìjọpọ̀ máa ń pẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ òpè ámìgé Gilead ọ̀nà tó wú ọdún ìwú ìdí ẹ̀rọ náà gbàgbé ìwé tí gbé má lórí kù ọ̀rẹ́ àmì ńdàbà mú ìwé yíyú ọ̀hún òun sẹ́tì yẹnà gbé má yẹnà kú ẹ nọ́rú àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ yà mú fúwa yóò yẹnà mú fúwa yẹnà kú ẹ fúwa ìyẹn náà gbà ọmọdún yà sí mi yóò tí ọmọ dùn sọpọ́ má sí mi ọ̀nà ìyẹn pọ̀ ọ̀nà zòzò là wà gbọ̀ ọdún ìṣẹ̀wọ̀n àti ẹ̀mọ́ àbọ̀nà tó tàbọ̀ náà gbé zọ̀bù sọpọ́ ìyẹn gbé ni na lileri ye odawo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do emani buna do de bana na maye nwi na maye ni ori sewe oko gare ro na do bana ga tie no ka o ye na ye pegere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara we be gwale ga de e so na wo he mo le wa ya yin ye unda ni we otu agbe okay ye na ewe ọmọ náà tẹ́wé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀rẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rojúpò ìdòrá yìí ni ẹ ní edu ọ̀ka ìwò ìyáfẹ́ ní ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ìwò ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé ń dẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ gbẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀yà bùfù àbẹ̀gẹ́ ni yẹn ìyá mi náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bùdá o àgbọ̀nàjò máa yẹ ṣayọ òdùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ àyẹ̀ ìra yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹrù dọ́wọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀bọ gbẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ni yé ìnáwó ẹ̀ wẹ̀sìn ìgbẹ́wẹ̀ rẹ̀ òkè ọ̀sàbọ̀ yẹn iye le ma gu e ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu wu no pa wo ye oluko se we na we e o we wo more o we se unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gbezo akedo gbezo e police station aya Abuja ibo na ebo ni emuria nu de so wu normal say ni alado bokye kenagana igon waye zeye police station igoni egbai bagi simina dagi mwe na zio wema size mano wagaga na sedike ani na eberezo ne gbemi na o do ma doge so kun gbe e o yikweyo yikweyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi o na mi ewe owo ri o like na mojo rebo o mo mu no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owo ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo gbe fi osisi na lo ya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya de de ma we o wa lo de na la do si esi otie wa mi baba no bo wa ye egbuye o wa me be ye isan re we wa ya do mure wa ba ri pe wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufo ama aniere
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini otona gbidi i ma do wa to na o e wa ma kan we se ayi e le ri ma do wa to na e ya se ayi If mana Dubai, I said, mana Dubai, Mahamo Adiwa. If you have one, if you cabetu, if you cole, if you have Fumegbe, if you are Waku, Wagagina, Wagagiko, Wuni, no, that Amamufua, I made it. Can also wear with ye. No matter, don't wait a film, Fiane, no food, we go my hair at all.
Wesley. When I get here, where you knew Yona, or if you are Mamufua, and maybe anyone, I don't know, no one had died Matana. A sort of where all my watani. And you mean now I don't know any, or we never matter, and not a very tiny. When I'm when you know, so when no woman, Raboy, one way by force. And I mean, was a bit matana. How would I say, Anima? And woman, Yamway, Uda, way, when you do me away to a bay, or Rumania. Yes, a boy, you know, type, pastor, you know, yes, a boy, no way. Ni aisi mi na we ya fe o wa no e ga ma bi ye obi ewo odo asin odo wo rewo e do ni na sunu e se se su te wo bi agbawo a e be ni na obi ewo mo wa sunu wo mo do wa nya bo ma mo ni wa na e do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi e wo na no nya wo e ra ma bi ra re wo ana bi we wa era won amupari ewo we ewu no kere ya bere we yere ba odun we se ti su egbe awa igobere ba igogbe were ba o to na bere la awo tare mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibu hi oredo omuti so wo egbe we ni gari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amu we ye ba owawe ọ̀wáwé ràrí ọ̀wáwé yìí nya ẹ̀ olúwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ilé wọ́sọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ a máa mú fún wa àmì eríyè nígbà ọmọ ìrìn náà mú fún wa nígbà èmi sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ dó ní màálù ayàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí ńlá gbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí èrí náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀ iyekẹ́ ẹ̀mà nígbà ìmà tánìyàwó ẹ̀ náà họ̀rọ̀ wa rẹ̀ wò but mama ha we eni na we nu yosisi yeti ya mi omai nu ye odeko de ya mi omai nu zigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abe ulapa ya ze ne ya fe arimu we uto mero ala oda ero na gbadu no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo lawo da ya mamufua amirie oruwe bo ten oruwe bo bi rawiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi uga owano ruse useso ogwaleni ohamegbe unari ene era ni wori ni tu wa lo mufa umaide mufa yeye owano yo wehia ugbera uwe ni uyobone uyobonu ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye igwe school no rie ni mo ohari na ni ya ohari na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufa amiri edolopo ibude mai unu wawe na lao na arubo negbe na emini maya wige na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure, my pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wills some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio earlier, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds, and from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept, being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure. to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right.
Yep.
The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husbands will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because we do respect to women. I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different. Okay. That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it
because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her, the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy, I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' codes.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as the lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are married.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand?
Okay.
So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say. But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
Them,
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word control, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion says them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem is.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship, and by relationship, I'm not just talking about, you know, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, you know, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now, and I think I currently have one as a friend that I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable. You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored. That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there. She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she has a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl. Blessings to you. Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a relationship.
If you don't want control, just close your leg. If you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy, because a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening leg to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
Oh, all right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical.
Thought-based. Okay. Love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once a man, as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? Okay. She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
Material investment. You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Superficial reasons.
Well, is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
Oh. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't do like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and you set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, lifting your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of sport though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for the ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the the side of the chest. You understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thank you very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.